AskGunQuestions.com is a website that we built back in 2007, and since then, for the last 15 years, people have been able to ask questions of simple to advanced nature, and we attempt to answer them in different ways over the years. Join us now as we start a new series to answer gun questions.
Add to stage. There we go. Okay, so I guess I lost my background. Sorry about that. I thought I was being clever and added us to the screen as the thing was happening, and I obviously didn't. So welcome everybody, whoever might be out there as we start to show up. Tony's joining us from New Jersey. We're here to answer your questions. And it's always weird when we've been talking for like a while off air, and then it's like, oh yeah, let's go live. And then it's like, yeah, let's start talking about things we already talked about again, because we kind of should. But anyhow, we want to even act like it moves out there. Welcome. So if you've got questions, ask them. I was going to say, since we're kind of talking about the NRA show anyway, in a roundabout way, maybe we could focus on travel questions people might have about either the NRA show, which is the one that's coming up kind of next or soon. It's really not the next thing. There's two things that happen before it, but pretty soon. And then, or wait, actually one of them's happening this weekend. But traveling with firearms in the firearms community and that kind of thing, those kind of questions, or like say specific questions, maybe about one of the organizations or something like that. But if you have general gun questions, that's no problem. We can answer any gun question you could possibly have. Is no problem at all.
Yeah, so I get to play the fun game of traveling with firearms through airports and dealing with every airline having taking the chance of every airline having their own policy
Rules.
Yeah, and it's like, well, that's not what's written. That's not what you have on your website. Now I have to argue with the person that is just making up rules off the top of their head and know they're making up rules, and I just called them on it.
I only traveled with, or I haven't flown in forever, but I've only flown with guns a number of times back in like before 2000 and whenever I got my cop car, because that's when I started doing just road trips. So 2010 or something. So before that, we would drive to Vegas, but we'd fly to other things in the community around the country. So I did get some experience flying with guns, but again, it was quite a while ago. And back then it was easy enough. You could kind of default to nobody's going to know about guns, because the only people that really flew with guns were like cops, maybe instructors or something, somebody who's in the gun industry who has to fly around for a reason. Maybe some students, but really competition shooters, people that are doing it for sports. And they often get a pass because it's just like golf clubs or something. They don't really care that it's a gun. It's just a piece of sports equipment that is just like any big piece of equipment going onto a plane, like a big musical instrument or something even. So I think that they're kind of used to just the big equipment part of a sports thing. But when you're talking about just a regular old person and it's just a pistol and some bullets, or sometimes if we're going somewhere, a rifle and some bullets, but usually if you're not an instructor or something, it's usually just your CCW stuff. Back then it was like, you'd kind of default to, nobody's going to be familiar with this. I'm going to have to be the one who understands it all, and then kind of be the, what do you call that, like the usher, so that everything happens. Otherwise it'll just, if you're not pushing it, it'll just sit because no one knows what to do. The tendency is just let it sit there. So you kind of have to grease the wheels and know what's going on. Grease the wheels by understanding the rules, so that if they're questioning it, you can say, well, here's what you should ask your supervisor, so that you can just get it done a little bit quicker. So there was this like reason to research ahead of time. What I suspect nowadays is it's probably a weird version of like some airport people or some security, TSA, whatever you want to say, like at whatever level. But there's going to be some like airport people, there's going to be some airline people, and some TSA people who are like totally comfortable, like see guns all the time and know everything about it. And then at the same time, like you're saying, there's going to be people that have the same job sitting right next to those people, but are scared of guns, never seen a gun before. And maybe they're not even first day on the job. They just, for whatever reason, never seen a gun before. And you're the first time they're dealing with a gun. So now
Yep.
driving around or flying with a gun has got to be like rolling the dice on some kind of weird adventure book where you're like, well, is this going to go smoothly or is this going to be horrible? Because
How's this, bro? I
it's been
went
so many
through
years.
all I went through all three of those at one time at one airport the same morning beside each other. I walk in, I come in early for the 6 o'clock flight out of Trenton, New Jersey. So I have my firearm with me. I'd gone not only online to see what they have written, but any questions I had, I actually reached out to TSA and the airline. Neither got back to me. Just because I'm like, look, I'm going to be at the airport 4 in the morning. There's not going to be any higher I'm going to talk to. No one's going to be in at TSA headquarters to answer this or Frontier Airlines to answer this. So I came in. I told the lady, quiet voice. It was only her and I. Hi, how you doing? I'm flying today. Here's my ticket. Here's my info. But I'm also bringing a firearm with me. It's in my locked case right here. What do you want me to do? All right, here's a form. Fill it out. Put it in the case, and everything is fine. Okay. Filled out the form. Opened the case just a crack. She was like, "Do you have everything?" I was like, "Yep. The ammo is separate from the gun. The magazine's empty. Slides locked back with a freaking what you call chamber flag in it." She was like, "Okay." Boom. All of a sudden, her supervisor comes over. Hi. Yeah, he's flying with a gun. I just had him fill out the form. Oh, you have to fill out the form and put it through the handle on the outside. I'm like, no, you don't. But okay. So I filled out another form. I put it through my handle. So now this orange card is on the outside that everybody can see I have a gun because the tag is pretty much he has a gun tag. And she was like, all right, take it over to
Especially
TSA.
for people at the airport that know what all those tags mean.
Yeah, exactly. And remember, we just gotten over the guys in I forgot that who got caught stealing, the TSA guys that got caught stealing. That had just happened. So I go over to TSA, and if you've ever been to Trenton Airport, it's pretty much just on the other side of a room. I mean, there are hobby lobbies that are bigger than TSA, the airport in Trenton. Like small stores, small convenience stores are the size of that. Anyway, so I walk over and I go, "Hey, how you doing?" They told me to bring this over. Guy takes it. He goes, "Hey, this tag on the outside. Yeah, it's supposed to be on the inside, not on the outside." I was like, "Yes, one is on the inside. The supervisor told me to put it on the outside." Yeah, that's not smart. Someone could steal it because it lets everyone knows you have a firearm. I'm like, "That's what I said." I was like, "You want me to take it off?" He was like, "No, leave it." I'm, I was like, "Did you not hear the words that just came out of your mouth?" Yeah, so he left him a tag on, stuck it in the bottom of the plane, and sent it on to Orlando.
Well, but that's what's going to happen because if somebody who claims to be a supervisor said something that even might not seem normal, right, they're going to just by default more than likely say, oh, well, what the supervisor
Yeah,
said,
but
maybe it's some rule, I don't know.
here's the crazy part. He was TSA. She was Frontier Airlines supervisor. Nothing to do
Yeah,
with him.
yeah.
So I'm sitting there stressing on the flight from Trenton to freaking Orlando, thinking my gun's not gonna be there because this idiot is in on some, some TSA wide gun smuggling operation that he just got me to leave a tag on the outside. My gun's not gonna be in Orlando when I get there. Of course it was. Everything was fine. It was just, the ridiculousness you have to deal with when flying with something that's totally legal and people treat it as if it's a bugaboo.
Yeah, we went to, I think it was going to what's it called? Salt Lake City. So it wasn't a huge flight, and it was Salt Lake City to Tucson. So it wasn't like we were going back east where they're not familiar with guns as much. But on that flight, I'm trying to remember, I think it was at the airport in Salt Lake City when we were getting the rental that we discovered that. Oh, that's right, because we got there and we were putting our guns on. Like we got, to the airport parking lot, we were opening up our bags and putting our guns on. And then that's when we saw there was a note in one of the suitcases. And the guy that went with his suitcase had like this form in it that said we inspected your bag. So if anything looks weird, it's because we opened it. So it's like to throw it out there. And there's all they have to do is take a ballpoint pen or something and jam it into a zipper, and the zipper will break. I mean, people understand how zippers work, right? Like you jam
Hmm.
something into a zipper and it'll break open, and then they just take the zipper pulls and wiggle them back and forth, and it zips back up again. So it's super easy for someone to break into any zipper suitcase, any soft-sided zipper suitcase, and then just yank the zipper pulls back and forth, and it just goes, it all goes back on the track
It
again, and
goes
it
back
looks
up.
like nothing ever happened. And
Hmm.
people know that, like criminals know that for sure, but everybody who works around luggage knows that. And there's some luggage where it's not as easy, but most luggage it's very easy, and it's the kind of thing that when somebody knows what they're doing, they can just walk up, do it, walk away, cover their tracks immediately, and walk away. They're going to rummage around for the hard thing in there. And can you imagine if you had a gun that wasn't, the lock boxes they make you put it in, but they don't always. I don't think it says you have to have the lock box attached to the
Nope.
suitcase, which most people do, but not everybody. And that's what I'd be concerned about: somebody busting open the zipper, knowing or not knowing, just maybe based on the weight or just the look of the suitcase. Somehow it looks tactical or something. Bust open the zipper, reach a hand in there. Anything like a gun case that's hard like that, they're just going to grab it, rezip it, and look later. That it's their job isn't to root around in the airport. They're going to just grab it and worry about it later. That's what I'd be concerned about. But anyway,
Yeah.
so I can understand when you're flying to Texas now. I imagine on the Texas side, not a big deal. I'm sure Houston's dealt with guns before, but the other
Flying
places,
out
are
of
you going to go
Newark.
nonstop or do you have to jump around to get down there?
I don't know. I'm buying the ticket today. Nothing like waiting until the last minute to do everything. So, yeah, I'm seeing what's cheaper flying out of Newark or flying out of Trenton. Because Trenton's definitely going to be a connecting flight. Newark might be straight to Houston, or I might have to bounce through Atlanta. I just don't want to fly out of freaking Frontier Airlines because they suck in every way possible. Frontier Airlines a horrific airline, right along with Spirit. I just know we don't have lines in Newark and we don't have lines in Trenton like social media tries to tell you. I've had friends that fly out of all of them and said there's no one in the airport. So that whole panic they were trying to create online was mostly BS.
Plane Nut is saying, talking about airplanes, could have been worse. Could have been going out of JFK. What's LGA? Is that LaGuardia?
Yeah.
You can't even, well, can you? Like, you wouldn't set up a plane like that if you can help it, right? Because if you got guns with you, you don't want to be, what's that called? Like,
See,
dropping through
after
there.
I get my new next thing I'm working on, these are my projects for 26. Getting my carry permit in New York. I want my New York carry permit just in case I get redirected into that shithole of a city at one of those airports, Reagan or JFK, that they don't arrest me.
Does that cover that? Would that apply or
Yep.
whatever?
Hmm. Yeah. Because
I've known people. Who did I know? I knew somebody that I think it was Charlie. Riding shotgun with Charlie. Doesn't he have like 6 CCWs because of? I think it was him.
um,
Somebody up there has to have a bunch of them just because if you leave Massachusetts and go in any direction, you're in another state that requires its own CCW. So he was like frustrated. Maybe it was somebody in New Jersey. It was somebody up in your area that was
oh,
telling me
okay.
about it. But anyway, yeah, there's a ton because a lot of those states are like, like it's not just reciprocity. It's more probably a money thing or like some sort of well, they have rules, but our rules are more stringent, so strict or
Yeah.
whatever. So you have to apply our rules. So we have to jump through our hoop.
Yeah. It jumped through our hoop and do this thing. But, because gun violence, shut up. Yeah. I have a carry permit in Utah. I got a carry permit here. Got a carry permit there. I went through all that trouble so I could commit gun violence against a random person just because.
Oh man, speaking of that, I know we're talking about travel, but I'm not sure if anybody saw the recent interview with Walk Talk America did on Thursday, I think. I think it was Thursday. And her name is Melba. I'm not going to say her name. Marquez, maybe Green, I think. And anyway, I think she's just a doctor. I don't want to say just a doctor. She's a doc. She's not a gun person. Is the way I meant to say. She's like just a regular person. Is the way I meant to say it. She's not a gun industry spokesman or anything like that. But she had a daughter who was killed in Sandy Hook. So, and she's a doctor, I think. Uh, Either a doctor or a therapist, but essentially a doctor if she's not a doctor. And it was an interview with her, and I guess she met Mike from Mock Talk America at some place that Mike was at that was mostly doctors. And I guess someone, huh?
Probably Rutgers when he was
I'm
in
thinking
Rutgers.
now it was Yale or something. She's from
Okay.
Yale. But yeah, it was something like that. He was back east doing something recently, not like 2 years ago or anything. And they met, and now they're following through with like this podcast. And there's been like people that consider themselves liberal, and they're gun people, and they hang out with us, and they try to enlighten gun people as to like a liberal or a left point of view on things, or like best ways to address things or whatever, like just insight from the left, which is nice. But that's always a gun person who's understands the left. This is a person who's not a gun person and is just not an asshole, right? So she's able to have a non-partial opinion about guns, even with her circumstances. Man, it was a great interview. But when you talked about something they're talking about being an advocate or something, made me think of just what an awesome conversation that was. So for anybody that is just interested in the advocacy sides of things and having effective conversations with other people, if I stop talking and start thinking about it for a minute again, the reason I brought it up, the reason I started talking about it was something that you had mentioned there triggered something I wanted to bring up, because it was probably not going to get much attention. It's not Walk Talk America doesn't get huge views anyway, just the way it is. And unless they had somebody on who's super controversial or, famous or something, they're probably not going to get very many views. So I'm just assuming she's not going to get a lot of views. But if you're the type who wants to is seeking out the ability to have effective communications with the non-gunners and maybe even anti-gunners, I think it's worth listening to. It's not like it's a course on how to have a conversation, but because she's such an interesting person who has such like an open mind. I don't know. It sounds so lame to say open mind, because she's had to deal, because of her situation. It's so much more than just an open mind. But she has this like perspective or this position, and she's able to then stand there and be non-emotional and have a conversation with Mike. And it's not like anything about guns as much as how guns affect society. It wasn't like, Mike's trying to teach her how to aim or anything like that kind of thing.
So
Great conversation.
yeah, she did the thing with Yale violence. What is it? Yale. I pulled up the video and hit the summary real quick, just to see it. And
You had not heard of her
Yale's
before, had you? Like
no
I don't think she's a gun person at all.
Yale School of Public Health. My whole issue is when it comes to talking to people. I'm not telling you not to be diehard. I'm telling you learn to speak to people as human beings and not just keep spitting out your bumper sticker stuff, right? Cold dead hands. It's God given right. It's like, okay, cool, but let's talk. How does this really affect you, and what do you worry about happening if this right is taken away, or your ability to do this is hampered with obstacles? Like let's talk for real. But the other side, or the other person you're conversing with, has to be able to do the same thing. So I'm saying, we, if you choose to, because some people don't want to be that and don't want to have those conversations, it's cool. I get it. But if you're
Yeah,
one of
there's
those
no
people,
obligation.
yeah. But if you're one of those people that want to have that conversation, or even in the room and know, okay, this is what they're going to say. Let me just get out of here because really I am not the person to have this debate because I think anybody who wants to violate my Second Amendment rights is a scumbag. All right, cool. You don't have to be in on the debate, bro. You're not the person I want talking. But to understand that, yes, we can actually have a conversation and not have to agree, but we can converse. And me having a conversation with you does not mean I agree with you. I start off, I'm an extremist when it comes to the Second Amendment, and nothing anyone in this room is going to say is going to change my mind. But we can actually have a conversation about, because I can tell you what my wish list is, but doesn't mean it's going to come true. But let's talk about what is possible and what does make people safer, but actually makes people safer and is more than just feel good stuff. That's different. That's different than saying, look, I think I should be able to go online and order a belt fed and have it dropped off at the house at Amazon Prime prices today. Like, that's what I think should happen. But I'm just, I know in my world, if that happens, there'd be a lot less violent crime out there.
Well, and I don't think that there's any reason not to bring that up. Like, you don't have to hide that. It's not like that's our, haha, like we had that under our cape the whole time.
Yeah.
That's, it's not like we're hiding that or we have to be ashamed of it. But the conversation going from zero to like criminals already have guns. Why don't we just start dealing with that? Like, that's a conversation a lot of people aren't going to be able to have on the gun side, let alone somebody who's anti-gun. So,
Hmm.
yeah, that I know what you mean by that, but
Yeah,
still,
it's a little
even though
frustrating.
the thing is, there's a spectrum too. Like, you don't have to go. Well, if I can't do it all, like, don't have to try. Like, everybody can do whatever the hell they want. And really, what
Hmm.
we're doing here is we're commenting on that, on what people one decide to do, and then the people that have decided to do something, what they've done, and then once that happens, how, what the results are. So there's there is no perfect way of, there's no, oh, if it was done this way, it would have been over. I think that we could have probably moved the playing field a little bit this way or that way if we were all like the Borg, or if we all somehow, we're all the same somehow, so that we could all work together. But luckily, I think luckily, we're not all the same. So there's very few things that even the stuff that we're fundamentally agreed upon, there's we're moving the ball, but it's not like we just get up and move the ball every 6 months out of anger or practice or anything. You know what I mean? Like, I think we're in a solid position, I guess. I don't want to act like we're in a great position, but we're in a place where people moving and people doing things isn't going to break anything, and it has the potential to change things a little bit. I don't know if I'm explaining it well. It's like we're in a log jam. It's not like we're in a fragile or some sort of a system where if we break one little thing, the whole thing shatters, which is good. I don't think we want to be in, some kind of beautiful thing that's so well orchestrated that if any one person ever fails, then the whole thing falls apart. Sort of like that guy at the NRA. What's his face? Who Todd brought him up before? I hardly even think of his name anymore. LaPierre. Like,
Yeah.
that guy being such an a-hole, in such a position, really just took the wind out of so many people's sails. They were fly by night probably anyway if they were that fickle to like go, well, that guy was a scam. Wasted my time
Hmm.
with I wasted my time on this. So it sucks when we've got people like that, but it also is. I think it's kind of better when we don't have people anywhere near that big, that important or that critical to the whole thing.
Yeah, that was my issue with LaPierre. And it was like, okay, cool, I get it. I mean, I thought he was a scumbag too. And one of the reasons I walked away from the NRA as an instructor and didn't redo my certs was because of the things I saw them doing that were BS. And it was like, it was almost a trickle effect, right? 2012, I become an NRA instructor, get my certifications, rifle, pistol, shotgun, firearms, and every one of those things was like $300, $300, $300, $300, and it was all in 1 week. So I dumped all of this money out to become an instructor. I have my classes. not really making any money, not you know what I mean? Not I don't think I ever with my classes broke even with the amount of money I dumped into it the 1 week to get the certifications. So you do all that, you have it going on. Then all of a sudden, the legislation passes in New Jersey that activates me to become this activist, right? To start the diversity shoot, to go around and make speeches and appear on
Oh, I
podcasts.
wasn't even putting the time frame in there. Yeah, so you're talking like a couple of years before 15. That's when you kind
Yeah, yeah. I, as an instructor, I was like, "Yo, we have to change this. Hold on, what's going on? Let me try to, I met all the groups. I joined the Second Amendment groups in New Jersey. I was already a member of the NRA because you got to be to take the stupid, to get the certification as an instructor. But then I started joining, to NJ2AS, and I started joining ANJRPC. I joined CNJFO. These are the three organizations in Jersey. I started going to the meetings. I started meeting the people, and I became an activist that way, or an advocate. And then the truth started seeping out about what was happening in NRA headquarters with the monies. And then they changed their whole policy, all in the same time frame of 2012 to 2015 of, oh no, we're not going to do total in-person classes. You're going to be able to do the class online. So the NRA gets paid directly from the student, and then the student looks for an NRA instructor to take the other half, which all I have is, oh, all you have to do is charge whatever you charge and take the student to the range. Yeah, it works in theory until the student shows up and doesn't know one end of the firearm for the other one, has no idea what he was talking about because he had someone else take the test because, I grew up with guns my whole life. I don't need to do it. I had my 12-year-old take my test and do the study and all. I know what I'm doing. And then he gets there and loads the rounds in backwards or, is flagging everybody or has a thing. Now I'm like, okay, this guy learned nothing. Now I have to do more than just take him to the range and qualify him. I have to actually teach the class and make sure he's a safe human being before I get him a diploma or certificate.
that's what I was going to say. It's not like having uh, being certified or, having, what's the word, like being an instructor for firearms. If you're, I guess, a marksmanship instructor, I guess there's not much you have to follow up with. But I would
Yeah.
think a lot of CCW instructors, if nothing else, you got some responsibility from the state because you've got I don't say an authority, but you've been not sworn, but you've got the whatever, like you're a
Responsibility. Yeah.
liaison. Yeah, you're a liaison of the state, right? Like when you're saying you're
So
saying for the state that this person is qualified to do CCW. So if something happens, they're coming back to you, and if at
yeah. So
any
my whole thing was
different
I'm an
levels.
instructor. My whole purpose of being an instructor, in my opinion, was to teach the fundamentals of firearm safety and marksmanship. I wanted people, and this is my goal. I wanted people to have that if you saw my name on their cert, you knew at least they were safe around a firearm and could hit the target. That's it. Not that they were doing shoulder rolls into a room and they were combat ready. It's just you can leave them alone with a firearm and they're not going to point it at their own face to see if it's loaded.
Well, no, but that's sounds like a crazy uh, two sides there, like opposites. But that's the kind of stuff that if someone's not familiar with a firearm,
Hmm.
they're not going to realize right away. At first until it happens that you don't look down the barrel, but tendency for most people is to hold the gun by its grip and then
Hmm.
to start moving their wrist around. And if they don't know anything, then they don't know not to do some of that most basic, most unsafe of things. So yeah, anyway, so I was just going to say that it's got to be frustrating because you're not going to, you've got a responsibility to yourself and to the student, but also to the state. Like you can't just go, okay, well, you came in here being an idiot. I passed the part that I needed to pass and I just let you go through. There's like three kinds of responsibility there to each other and society and yourself and everything that you're gonna as a person, as an instructor, you're anyone, not just Tony, but an instructor is going to then, like you just said, take it upon yourself to make sure that that person is whatever, if not for no other reason, just to evaluate if you ever are going to sign their credential or not. Because, right, like you don't have to sign their
Yeah.
credential. If they show up and they're just not ready, you have to be the one to go, yeah, guess what? You're not ready. Like, you can take the test with me and we can study it all together, but you ain't, I'm not signing this. And that's got
Yeah.
to be a fun situation to be.
So I'm looking at it as an instructor going, okay, so this person, how do I ensure that these people know what they're doing? Well, I still need classroom time. I'm not doing it on the line, out on the firing line. So nothing's changed for me. I still need the classroom time to at least go over, like, when did you last take this? 3 months ago. Okay, let's run through some basics of the firearms rule, rules of firearm safety. Any of that. I just looked at it as, you just made my job harder, not easier. But what they did, again, this is my opinion, made their money grab a hell of a lot easier. The NRA guaranteed for every student they had, they got $65. And that ticked me off. So that was something that happened with the NRA that kind of like, ew. And then when they decided to do NRA carry guard, and they brought in, and what they did was they went to USA, what is it, USCCA? They went to USCCA, they went to someone else, and like two others, took their information and then tried to start NRA carry guard, which was going to be them teaching classes and have their firearms insurance.
I think it was more like, and who knows? I mean, somebody probably does know, can tell us about this for real, but I think it went down like NRA had this chocolate, other people had the CCW peanut butter, and NRA's got lots of other things going on. Like, it's not like they gave a shit about nothing. It's just that CCW was becoming a thing. I'm trying to remember when all this happened. I got a chart somewhere if I look for it. Actually, I should probably publish that chart again. But whenever I did the research, it was driving me nuts, because I should do it again, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, because everything's changed. The players have changed again. But a number of years ago, when I was getting sick of being in this industry or in this community, whatever you want to say, being a gun owner and understanding that there's what antis are going to call CCW, or they're going to call it, what do they call it? They call it like murder insurance. And
Yes,
then
murder insurance.
most of us call it CCW insurance. Both of those are wrong. So I went, and I knew that both of them were wrong, but I didn't know what the right answer was. So I spent, back in the day, I took the time. I can't say that I got paid to do it, but I took the time. I was willing to take the time to do stuff like that. And I researched it for quite a while, made a pretty decent report and a big chart, and posted it wherever, all around, and made a series of videos about the results. But in that time is when I figured out what you're talking about. So NRA kind of dipped their fingers or dipped their toe into the CCW realm, or CCW insurance realm, and then took that aspect, CCW instruction, a little bit more seriously. And I think I was saying is that at the time there was a number of options for the CCW quote unquote insurance, but they were in their infancy. They had just kind of started. They were fairly new, but everybody was jumping in on them. And USCCA had gone from, without getting too much into CCA, they kind of evolved. They started out just being like, hey, join our website and look at holster reviews, just like a lot of people did. And then it turned into, we'll teach you how to carry, how to use a holster. And then it turned into, we got actual training. It was more of like which holster to buy, and then like, well, how to carry, like, should you appendix carry? And it was more like just, anyway, it was a magazine, and then they started the insurance. So I'm guessing that what it was NRA had this chocolate, USCCA had the peanut butter, and a couple of other places were making their version of some kind of nougat, right? Some kind of other sweet inside of a candy. And then NRA walked around and said, hey, do you want to play together? You want to mix our stuff? And then first one said, no. And then the next one said, there's no way you even understand how much money is involved here. So hell no, like, go away. But thanks for the idea, because we didn't even think about having our own, convention. Let's try that. So as soon as NRA talked to them, they had their own convention. And then the other ones were like, oh well, we've got this the CCW insurance and you've got the training, but somehow let's not combine that. So then NRA walked away with their butt hurt and like sad because no one wanted to play with them, and then they went, wait a minute, why are we even trying to play with anybody else? We don't need to. So I got the impression that that's how it went. Like they tried probably to work with all of them because they weren't all that, they didn't have their heart into it. And then they went, well, if no one's going to play, let's just do it ourselves. So they made their own peanut butter center, and it wasn't. It was like butterscotch or something, which sounded good on paper, but nobody wanted to eat it. So they did their show once or twice, and then they also tried to do insurance at the same time that people who were making a lot of money. There was some insurance, like the Armed Citizens Legal Defense Network was you buy into it, and that money goes into a pile, and that's
Mm-hmm.
that's the money. It's not insurance. It's a pile of money that the members can use. And then once the
Mm-hmm.
money gets to a certain critical amount, it creates enough interest that now people don't even ever have to pay in more than $100 a month, or not a month, $100 a year, and everybody's covered to millions of dollars. And it really worked because they had Masada Ayub and Marty Hayes and everybody who knew how to get you out of bullshit uh, lawsuits. So they really didn't even need to use the money. So the money kind of stayed there. And that was, in my opinion, I'll say it now, it was the one I used and the one I liked the most. Unfortunately, Marty passed away and that system went away. But that one was different. All the other ones were just some form of sort of insurance. And they just made bank. Like the insurance is bank. Like you don't ever pay out. I mean, it's just like any insurance. Like you do pay out unless you're a scam. I'm not saying any of them are scams. I'm just saying that it's the house. They make the money because they don't have to pay out for everybody. They just have to pay out once in a while. So if 1,000 people pay you, well, I've done the math. It's like $24 million a month. So they bring in $24 million a month. There's no way they're ever going to have to pay out that much. I mean, even if they paid out every single suit, you know what I mean? Unless
Mm-hmm.
without people being
So
robbing them or them screwing people, and I don't think they do. They just never have to worry about it. They have a lot of money. So I think when NRA came along and said, "Oh, there's a lot of money to be made," but it was Pierre and all his assholes who were like just trying to keep the
mm-hmm.
money. So for them,
Mm-hmm.
they didn't know how to manage it. Luckily, and the other organizations came away from that and said, "Let's just do our own meetings or our own like get-togethers."
So
And pretty much they
what
all tried, except that none of them could do it because no one wants to show up and just look at CCW shit like that. It's hard enough to get everybody to show up and look at all gun stuff, but to get them to just show up and look at CCW stuff, you can do that online. Like those groups or those shows only
so
lasted a year or two.
my whole issue with these dorks is I heard it from another side from somebody that was there. And no, the NRA came in under false flag of we're all going to work together, but they had no intention of actually working together. What they wanted to do was figure out how they operated. This is what I was told, that the NRA, oh yeah, we're going to be partners in this, just you and I. Well, they didn't bother telling them. They were also telling the other organizations the exact same thing. Oh, it's just going to be you and I, yeah, NRA, USCCA, and we're going to work together. We're going to kick ass. Because you got our name behind it, because USCCA was, of course, much smaller, and the NRA was
Yeah, they
doing
were
what?
littler back then.
Yeah, and NRA had like 5 million members, so USCCA was like, hell yeah. And then all of a sudden, carry guard stuff started popping up. It was like, wait a minute, what's that? And that's when the light came to all other organizations. This was out of so. That's when all of them realized we've been played, and the NRA was just trying to figure out the Colonel's secret recipe. You know what I mean? They came in like, Willy Wonka Chocolate Factory, and they wanted to figure out what was going on. They did. They started up Carry Guard. And then, and I tell you what happened, everybody from USCCA was banned from, they pulled all of their, from NRA annual meeting. Like they canceled all that stuff. We couldn't even show up. Like the person I was with showed up because they were an NRA member, and they slid in that way. But yeah, they revoked all of their free whatever, come down and just walk in and here's your pass. Yeah, they took all that. NRA was like, you're not welcome here. And then they turned around and screwed it up because I took the time off work to go to goddamn Cary Guard in Richmond, Virginia, and they ended up not having it. They canceled it as I'm sitting in Richmond, Virginia, underneath the sign. Actually, I was on my social media. It was NRA Cary Guard, Richmond, Virginia, and it was me standing on the side of the road underneath the sign. That's how quick they canceled it. That the freaking what you call this were still there. The what do you call those billboards?
Well, I thought they got sued because, like I say,
No.
I heard it differently. That well, I didn't hear it at all. I guess I just interpreted it differently based on the players. And but like I say, basically, what happened is, yeah, they decided or whatever they weren't going. They didn't work with anybody. But the other organizations didn't exist anywhere near the size of USCCA.
No.
The other
No.
ones were not in the mix or whatever. I can't imagine them being in the mix. But I suspect it was more like NRA said, "Hey, you want to work together?" And they were like, "No." It wasn't like the NRA was like, "Hey, you know what? I'm going to steal your plans," because the NRA already had all that stuff. They just, I think they probably were like wanting to get some credibility, maybe, or like literally just work with other people or something. But I think those
But they
companies, those
did it,
organizations said no.
and they did it badly, bro. I mean, the NRA Cary Guard looked like trash. Like,
Yeah, and I think it was more of a money thing than
yeah.
giving a shit because it wasn't like it was a part of NRA's thing. They already had insurance, and it was sort of like worked with NRA. Like, oh, insure all your guns, which hardly ever get ruined, and
Yeah.
the NRA just collects money. But with that, it's a lot more, I suspect, different because it's not like here's a product that died in a fire or in a house flood or something. I mean, what else happened? There's stolen, I guess, is what can happen to guns. But with CCW now, it's all kinds of court cases and stuff that I can't
Yeah, it's
imagine
totally
their
different.
insurance people would want to ever touch. So I got the impression because the NRA wasn't like capable, when this was all happening, the NRA was fragmented and people were taking advantage. But the people were taking advantage were like if a general is taking advantage of a country that's not paying attention, like a general can't just do everything. It can do whatever's in its grasp. So I got the impression that, the NRA was, just fragmented and people were trying, probably some people had good intentions and other people were like, we don't need to work with them or like they won't work with us, whatever the reasons were, let's just do it. And they didn't know what they were doing. And their insurance people, like I say, were probably like either nope or like, we'll try. But, and then they came up with this thing. But the thing is, they put it down at a time when no one was asking for it because no one really had CCW yet. Some people had it. Florida was giving out the out of states and Utah was giving out of state. So people were slowly getting it. But it wasn't like get your CCW, get your gun, get your holster, get your training, get your insurance. It was like get your gun and get your CCW permit and then go on to the next thing. Like that was the end. There was only 2 items in the list. So CCW insurance was way after, getting a good holster and then learning how to carry and that kind of shit. Like that kind of stuff had to come along. And I think that's one of the reasons it also failed is they were trying to put something out there. I guess that's what I'm saying. They put something out there that 10 years later, people would have been like, oh, I know what it is at least. Whether or not I'm going to buy it from the NRA is another question, but at least I know what it is. But NRA was like, one, trying to just get money from any way they could. So a lot of people are already like, I'm not touching anything. The NRA can put down free pancakes and I'm not eating them. I'm not touching anything from the NRA.
I'm ordering waffles if they give away free pancakes. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Right. And like, so I think that was part of what was going on. But I think it was also just the part of the NRA that was doing it was like, the left arm. And it wasn't like the whole, I just don't get the impression that the NRA was capable enough to like really be trying to get anybody. So I think that it was more of like, an effort. And then it was like, oh, this is way too hard. And they just ditched it. And and like you said, like they ditched it in such a bad way. Like, like Pack Rat saying that's when you could start seeing it go wrong. That's when it happened in front of so many people that it wasn't like the whole NRA seen it, but enough people seen it that people were starting, then there was like echoes like, oh, did you see what happened? Did you hear what happened? And they tried hard. That was an interesting thing because the internet was slower and smaller. And they
Yep.
tried hard to disappear that. And it was
Oh, big
possible to
time.
kind of disappear it, but they tried hard to like make it look like that never happened.
They had and see, here's the crazy part, right? Because I guess I'm more into it than I know, the NRA, because just the people I know at this point who are on the NRA board and are trainers. Amanda Suffolk is a firearms trainer. Anthony Calandro is a firearms trainer. Todd Ellis is a firearms trainer. All those people are now on the NRA board of directors. That wasn't so when this crap was going on, and it really showed that they didn't have actual instructors that taught CCW. They had the NRA freaking, handlebar mustache, plaid shirt, teaching the grandson how to shoot clays in the backyard type instructors, and then they decided to hang out, the shingle saying IR combat instructor, and
Well,
it
it
just
was.
looked bad.
Sorry, that was interrupting you there, but I was going to ask you that before, and you made me think of it. Um, so the CC or the what you're talking about, at least what I'm familiar with NRA, is they call it. I think they just call it concealed carry inside the house and concealed carry outside the house or something
Outside
like
the
that.
house, yes. Yep.
Right? There's like an inside and outside. And I remember
Hmm.
the same thing as you. For me, it was a little different because back then, I was doing websites for people. And I did the website for a guy who was an instructor. And
Hmm.
he was the level of instructor with NRA because he'd been around for so long and he liked it, doing it and everything. He was the coach of a coach of a coach or whatever they call like the level. Like there's NRA
Training counselor.
instructors,
He was a
yeah,
training
whatever.
counselor.
There's like the level of there's the instructor, but then there's the people that train the instructors, and then there's
Yep.
people that train those people. And he was like at that, some high level of like, so he had a lot of training credentials, and I was like, oh man, this is cool. So I was like, I'll trade you. He needed a website to put his shingle out on, basically. This back
Hmm.
in the day, and I was at the time I was all into this stuff, so I was like, oh dude, I'm already, you know, had all kinds of whatever things in my resume. So I was like, yeah, I'm definitely interested in being an NRA instructor. And I had no idea it was. There's these blocks, and it's sort of like going to high school or something, right? Like
Yeah.
you have to have like 80 points, or you have to have 200 points, or whatever it is, and the blocks are all like 72 points. It's exactly like going to high school or college or something. I can't remember, but you couldn't just do what you wanted. You had to do like one extra or not enough. So you always had to do something that you didn't want to
Yep.
do just to be able to get it. And that's where I had to go, dang it, I had to take the basic stuff, which was
You
horrible.
had to
Like
take. You
basic,
had to
like how to
take.
be an instructor to instruct a basic
Yes.
introduction to a gun, which is so
Yep.
boring. And who wants to teach that? You teach that to like a little kid, hopefully once, and then they learn it and you just move on. But no, this was having the NRA, like you said, curly handlebar mustache guy in
Yep.
jeans and cowboy boots, which is fine. Like I want that guy to teach a kid hunter safety, and I want him to teach like basic, how to work a gun. Here's a barrel, here's a muzzle. But like an 8-hour course of instruction on how to teach that
Bro.
is a
Bro.
that's tough to deal with.
Okay. The instructor look. I've done it twice now, right? Because
That's what
I
I was
had to
going to
go.
ask you. Is this was all
Okay.
getting around to like how different was it from like 10-year different?
Woo! Okay. I'll go ahead and say I did it in 2012 and I did it again last week. So there's a 14-year difference, totally different instructor. The very first one, Anthony Calandro's Gun for Hire Range, is where I had it done at. Jimmy taught me. And if anybody knows, Jimmy taught me, did a great job. The personalities were amazing and they made it a fun thing. Okay. But it's an 8-hour instruction on how to instruct.
Right.
And
And that
they
sounds like
went,
no big deal, but no, it's horrible.
oh, it is long, baby. And again, I had good instructors both times. Todd Ellis did a great job, brought the class in and teaching how to teach. And I think it was really good that I got to redo it, right? I got to redo it again. I got refresher. And actually, some of the stuff that I picked up 2 Saturdays ago, I
Yeah.
used in my last diversity shoot. Just one of the talking points of how to talk and move through the room. And I've been doing diversity shoots 11 years, but it made me aware of some things as a speaker to do in front of a classroom, and I applied it. So it's not
So we're making
useless.
fun of it. It's definitely not. I'm interrupting you again, but it's not
Yeah.
useless, right? Like you just said, like it's actually the stuff in it is really good. Like your students are going to go mind numb every 8 minutes, so do something every 13
Yep.
minutes. It's smart stuff like that. It's just that it's so long and
Yeah.
it's
It's
so
like
basic. It's so
every.
basic. It's like here's a barrel, here's a hand guard. Like we know this part. Go skip past this. We know
So
this. We got to tell
so
you
they
everything.
didn't really do that. They didn't do that. All right, an instructor training. So first, to let people know, okay, hey, guess what? If you want to be an NRA firearms instructor, this is what you're going to have to do. If you want to
Mhm.
do it in all three disciplines, rifle, pistol, shotgun, you have to take NRA basic rifle, pistol, and shotgun. You have to take all those basic classes. Got to do it.
You can stack a
Then,
couple of them, right?
I guess, but I'm
I think
just
like
saying if you,
rifle, or I think like pistol and revolver stack or something.
yeah, so you got to take it. You got to take the courses, period. After you take it, you then sign up to be an NRA instructor. Well, the first part of NRA instruction, I want to be a pistol instructor. Cool. What does it take to be a pistol instructor? First, you got to take, and this is any of them, any discipline, you start off with basic uh, BIT, basic instructor something. I'm an idiot. But that's what you have to take, and that's an 8 hour class where you have to go through learning how to teach. Then, second part, you go in and you learn the handgun thing. You do the handgun thing, and what we did was just present classes. We, the students, broke down into teams, and we actually taught a segment.
Right. You
And
teach
then
each other essentially,
yeah,
and then
we teach each other, but we also make
critique each
presentations in
other.
front of the class and then critique each other, and then he critiques us, and then we go to another one and another one and another one, and it's and of course ask test questions and ask crazy stuff, try to throw you off, and brings
Oh
lessons
yeah,
about it. It is
that's what it is.
quality.
So it is going over the basic stuff, but it's you teaching your
Yep.
other students the basic
Hmm.
stuff so that you can evaluate each other teaching. So it's useful. It just takes forever, and it's
Yep.
one of those things that's like when you take ham radio class, and that's my other experience, ham radio and now the drone pilot thing. Like you got to know a bunch of dumb stuff just in case.
Hmm.
So it's just you got to sit there for 8 hours knowing all the in case, and in case of this, you got to know this, and in case of this. So it's necessary, and it's just not thrilling. But it's
So
also the prerequisites, like you just mentioned, like you got to take these before you can take these, and you got to take them. So it just takes forever. Like I said, like you can stack a couple of things, but it was like not very
now,
many.
one of the advantages of being in the class with the dude that's actually on the NRA board in charge of training and making the rules and doing all of that, that's who my instructor was. He's that dude that puts forth how these classes are going to be taught in the future. I mean, they still have to go through the rest of, the committee and then pass the board, but these are the
But at least he's
dudes.
evaluating if it's worthwhile or whatever.
Yeah, so he's changed a lot of things that used to be done years ago. And the new book is amazing, bro. The new book for NRA instructors, excuse me, for you as a student is so freaking cool. Because the old book, again, this was 14 years ago, but the old book looked like it was done like around about 88,
80s.
82, 83.
Yeah.
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 I mean, it was that bad. So when I'm in 2012 with this freaking book, it was horrible. Well, he pulls this freaking book out and he was like, hey, Tony, here you go. Because all the other people had just recently taken it. So they still had their NRA handgun book, right? Well, I didn't because I took it years ago. He gave that thing to me. I was like, oh, this is so slick. This is so well done. These pictures are actually relevant. The people are wearing clothes from today. And the chicks are freaking hot. Hey, look, the chicks are freaking hot. What is this? Like, it's just like well done, intriguing, well written, same information, but better written. And I appreciate how the NRA is changing. And then they threw this one at me,
Well, that's
which
good to hear.
probably was yeah, so he wants to do this. And I mean, he told us and he didn't tell me to keep it a secret, but he says he feels the need to have instructors come in and actually get recertified every few years to see if you still can teach or do a good job teaching instead of, you got your instructor certification in 76 and you're still teaching teacup. or
Yeah.
you've gone so far off the reservation that you no longer even adhere to the NRA rules and you do your own thing. They want to make sure that their quality is upheld and they still doing the things they were supposed to do. So that's one of the things he may be changing in the future. Actually, he says he's definitely going to be changing that. And as a dude that dropped $300 on it to retake a class, I'm like, well, you better spread that shit out because I have bills, man. I have other stuff to do. But I think that's interesting. I think it's going to be a good thing for the NRA itself. And he told me this, which I didn't remember. I can become an NRA recruiter, which means just as an NRA instructor, if somebody signs up and becomes a member of the NRA, I get like $10 or something. And I'm like,
Yeah, it used to be $10. Hopefully it's like 20 now.
10, 15? It's something. It's like $15, I think. Um, if you hadn't said anything, I would have went with that. But I'm because I've been telling people to join the NRA because the NRA is changing and to be in on the change. Well, now I can actually get a little bit of money if they do sign up, which I'm like, cool. That's a two for me because I really think you need to join the NRA at this time because they're on their way to becoming that 700-pound gorilla again. Actually, I think it's going to be for the very first time. I think they're going to be doing that because you got the people on that want it to happen, and the losers left already. They all ran to the NRA Foundation to steal the money there. Like all the reformers, only two reformers didn't win this time at the election. In the latest
And then
election,
is Pincus on the board now?
I don't think Pincus was on running.
I thought I heard somebody say, maybe they were just thanking him, but I thought I heard somebody say that Pincus is on the board now. And I was like,
Yeah,
I thought the elections happened after the meeting. So I was surprised. I guess the elections happened in February, right? And then they
yeah,
must have just counted them or some shit.
yep. They
So
counted them.
that's the only thing. I haven't been to a meeting in forever, but that's the part of it that I'm curious about when they happen, because there's so much change happening in the NRA. Last
Yeah,
year's was
Rob's there.
pretty interesting,
Yep.
but wasn't like controversial or nothing. But you did see a little bit of the old guard or
Changing of the
whatever
guard.
kind of
Yep.
bitching about it here and there, but not in a. They didn't have no a muscle, I guess the way I said. They didn't have no grip. They were bitching, but just kind of growling. And I'm assuming this year it will just be progressive, 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 and perhaps what do they call it when it's like, I don't think it's called stalemate, but when you got, just because you aren't the assholes anymore doesn't mean that everybody's on the same page, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be 6 people with 12 or 12 people with 6 different agendas. So I don't
Yeah.
know if the NRA is going to do anything, but it's probably never going to be able to just do what one asshole wants, like ever
So
again.
again, this is because, and this is crazy, right? Because this is me talking. Understand, I ain't no different than anybody else. I grew up reading the same magazines as everybody else. It's just the state of New Jersey pissed me off. I became an advocate, and then I looked around, and my friends were advocates, and then I stayed in it long enough that my friends are now board members on the NRA. So I'm hearing things, right? I'm hearing things in conversations that I would never have known if I hadn't started advocacy. So let's not act like, Tony's trying to be a politician or anything because I have zero skills at that. But the ability for somebody to freaking rule over the wallet of the NRA and hook their boy up with $50,000 suits is gone. The people in charge of the purse on a monthly basis is getting in the NRA, like, hey, what was this spent on? What was this? Where are the receipts? That kind of thing. So the ability to abuse the members' money, gone. Like I know the people on in that at that table, and they ain't playing because they've already been Second Amendment advocates for years. And this is what I think I've said on every podcast I've ever been on. I see the NRA should have had a damn league farm system just like baseball does, and you don't get to be on the NRA board of directors unless you've already done advocacy work that's provable. And I used to piss off some members of the NRA board that never did a damn thing except show up for board meetings and use their last name or their legacy to get there. I used to actually, I found out later, make them angry when I said that stuff, and I don't care. So what we have is actual advocates that have done advocacy work on the NRA board and go, with this big ass wallet, you threw money away when we work. I came up with organizations that had pocket change and we sued governments. What are you people doing? That kind of thing. So that's who's in charge of the purse strings at the NRA. So things are changing a lot because of who actually is there. Um, and I do understand that my friend Charles Brown, or Charlie Brown, just got on the NRA board. He is the owner of NKS Supply, who is also distributes High Point. So I mistakenly say over and over again, he owns High Point, but it kind of isn't. He doesn't, but does at the same time. He's the distributor of High Point. He got on the board. Now, I don't think he's done advocacy work with a group, but 10 years ago when I met him, we had a discussion about how the NRA could grow and do better. Actually, 11 years ago when we met, he hasn't changed his mind one bit. And he's in lockstep with pretty much all of us in how he thinks the NRA can improve. And now he's going to have the ability to do it as a board member. And I think that's pretty cool. And that was a conversation had at the Great American Outdoor Show in 15, with just a guy sitting at the table behind the High Point table who I didn't even know. Ends up he was the owner of the company, and he wanted to make some changes then, and now he's going to have the ability to. And he's again on a handshake on I think you're a good guy. Gave me 1, 2, 3 rifles and bags and all kinds of other stuff for me to give away and let people use at diversity shoots, only because he thinks diversity shoots a good idea. And he has supported me from again just a conversation. That's the kind of dude he is, and that's the kind of people that are on the NRA board now. And I think they can make a difference. And if I'm wrong, hey, freaking hit me in the face with it if everything I'm saying is wrong, because nobody's going to be more disappointed than me if the NRA reverts to its old self. But I just don't even think that's going to be possible, at least not with this generation of people.
No, not anymore. That took a certain amount of. Did you, by any chance, listen to Professor Yamane?
Yamadi?
Yeah,
No.
he did an interview, I guess, with BBC. It was more like the BBC asked him a number of questions in like an email. So he created like a 20-minute video as a reply, and then I guess they took 45 seconds of that video and used it. So he had posted about the circumstances or whatever, and then he just posted the full 22 minutes of what he sent to the BBC. I think it was the BBC, somebody in Europe.
Yeah.
So in his videos, she asks him like 8 questions, and she'll ask a question like why do so many people own guns, and like what's the government doing to cut back on gun ownership? And he'd be like, to answer the question about guns, he'd answer that one. But then if it was like a leading question, like that second one, like, what's the government doing to cut back on gun ownership in the United States? He would answer it by going, let's first off, let's, whatever you'd say, like, let's be aware that your question implies that gun ownership is bad and that somehow the government restricting it is something
Good.
that would be positive. So that's not the way it is here. Like, no one believes that, or at least that's not a consensus here. So first off, let me address that your question is freaking weird or whatever. He didn't say it that way, but
Yep.
But then he answered the question. So it was an interesting, like 22 something minutes or whatever. But dang, what were we talking about? It was something about that in that 22 minutes that he, I think about halfway through, 3/4 of the way through, he brought something up that was what I was going to address, whatever you had just got done talking about with the way that the NRA changed or whatever. Yeah. I'll think of it since I'm not thinking about it. But Professor Yamane had kind of brought that up. It was something about, I think he was saying something about gun. He always says it's gun culture 2.0 or whatever, but he was bringing that up to illustrate the I don't know, like the changing ways, the changing, what's
Of
it
the
called? Like,
NRA.
no, just the gun ownership, like
Oh,
well, it's not the population, the demographic of gun owners has been changing.
hmm.
So I just don't think that the NRA could ever, I don't think there could ever be any organization that could be that large because, oh, I guess that's what I was getting at. He also talked about how at some point, I think it's the 60s, I guess maybe he was saying the 68 Gun Control Act or that like series of events that created the 68 Gun Control Act. He said that basically polarized the political system in the United States to where Democrats were anti-gun and Republicans are pro-gun, and uh, you have to agree with them, although there's nuance or whatever, like but or except for type of shit. But in general, I guess that makes sense, without turning into a whole nother conversation about it. And when you get that situation where the Republicans and Democrats sort of took sides on guns, then it was the NRA could hang out in that, well, we're on the Republican side, and therefore, it was a kind of a cut and dry. It was almost like Cold War, uh, scale where it was just black and white. So I think that situation, that those circumstances, at least I don't see them. I don't foresee that happening because we don't live in like the 80s where there was like, giant big things. Now we have the internet. We tend to have lots of options, and there's just, I don't think anything is going to appeal to so many people that it's going to become a giant behemoth. I say that, and then there's things like Amazon and YouTube still, but I think that with the NRA, I don't think that we, or at least with anything, we don't have a tendency to draw towards the let's have one option anymore. And that's what NRA was depending on. It's just everyone was like, we'll just give them our $30 every month and not, or whatever it was. I think it was every month,
Hmm.
like $10 a month, whatever it was, and just not even pay attention to it. And they were just an engine. And they did so much good stuff. Like so many people knew that their kids were learning from an NRA instructor, like, from scouts or something, or 4-H or something. And they knew that those ranges existed. They knew that, the infrastructure was there. So everybody didn't mind investing in it. And then there was no internet to tell people. Nobody knew what's his face was spending a bunch of money on suits until way later. You know what I mean? Like if everybody would have known, they would have done something at the time. But they didn't know. And they just depended on that. And I think, and then because they fucked it up, or they fucked it up for the future, I guess, for themselves or anybody like them,
Hmm.
because they did what they did, I think it'll be a long time before anybody is going to trust an organization, period. Plus, trust an organization that gets large. I say that, and then you got USCCA. I mean, I don't distrust them, but, they're making way more money than the NRA ever did, really.
So, USCCA. USCCA is trying to figure out their place in the world.
Yeah, they don't know what they're doing.
Exactly. They don't know what they're doing, but they want everybody to join it and do this. And they're trying to establish themselves, but they really don't know where to go with it because they aren't there now.
Well,
They
and
don't even know.
they're not lobbying though. They're not like they're not trying to be influential. They're just like quietly sitting there. So it's not like they're bothering. The
Well,
only people they're bothering are their competitors, and they get mad at each other and complain about they
well,
cover
I'm just
this and they
talking
don't
about
cover that, but bickering.
as a trainer, because that's what they're trying to get into. They're trying to get into firearms training in a big way. And how do I put this without freaking saying something? Um, not doing a good job of it. Like they're figuring it out, and a lot of trainers are like, "What are you doing?"
Well, I
Like
suspect that they're gonna. It's not. It doesn't.
so.
It's never. It hasn't always been on their thing, and I don't think it'll always be on their thing.
So I met the guy who runs it, and he's trying to do this thing because there's money in it. Like you can get paid by the instructors, you can get paid by the students, you get paid by selling the books, you can get like there. That's a whole income stream that they're trying to tap into, but they got to figure it out. And that's the issue is them
Well,
figuring it
what
out.
happens is if it's a commodity, it turns into what we were just complaining about the NRA. Like the NRA isn't so much a commodity, it's much as an infrastructure. And because it's so boring and lame that nobody else wants to even bother with it, NRA's monopolizes on it. It's not because they bully people. It's just that they're doing the boring stuff that nobody wants to do. So everybody leaves them to do it. But
Well,
when you get into the tactics and you get into the like, what holster do you want to carry and where, how, and that kind of thing. Now you get into the stuff where there's more style or preference, I guess, and it's less, I mean, when you're talking about which end's the muzzle, it's pretty much pretty, unless you get like a gun with 4 muzzles, like there's only 1 muzzle. So that's pretty simple. But once you get into like how to carry, well, now it's up for grabs and you can bring anything to the table there.
Yeah, but what you end up bringing to the table,
have customers. You got to have customers that give a shit.
Exactly.
People do not care about training.
Nope. So now you got to make people care about training. Well, how do you do that? See, the way the NRA got them was they got them when they came in. You know what I mean? Oh, and they made it a requirement, because they give money to ranges for range improvement. Well, part of it is every member of the range has to be an NRA member. Like every member.
Oh, well, that's for a lot of reasons too, and it also covers insurance and shit. Like, as long as everybody's a member, then they can do things differently. Yeah, but
is the NRA has a funnel into
an infrastructure.
Training. Yeah, that comes in. Now, USCCA went from insurance to, hey, we want to do concealed carry training. Well, there's a whole concealed carry CCW training industry out there. Now they're trying to come in and be like relevant, and it's like, why would I go and get USCCA training from a USCCA instructor when I can go to a regular instructor that's down the block from me?
Well, do you remember in 2015 when Second Amendment Foundation tried to make a Second Amendment Foundation Training Institute?
Oh, good Lord. They did too?
For a minute, for like a moment. But I think what happens is they see the NRA faltering, especially when USCCA started. And the reasons USCCA exists is because people they want an alternative to NRA that isn't super boring and long, because a lot of people just want to jump right to CCW instructor. So anyway, which is fine. Like I don't really care one way or the other. I mean, it's probably more thorough to know how to really teach, but who cares? You could learn how to. You could be an instructor. If you're a teacher, you don't need to know how to really teach. You already know how to teach. But anyway, I think when those other organizations saw the NRA faltering, they thought, oh, well, that's something that we can grab out. As the NRA crumbles, that's something we can pick out. All we have to do is, like you say, have an infrastructure for instructors to get together. Problem is, instructors usually bicker at each other. Some of them like each other, but most of them bicker and hate each other. So I think what USCCA has the potential, and the reason they exist is they got this alternative that is an infrastructure. It is a system. And I think that's something that if they wanted to, they could lean into real easily and say, you want something that's consistent, sort of like going to a Denny's, like, or, I don't want to say McDonald's because I don't want to make it seem like it's fast food, because I think they're offering, useful training. It isn't like they're just making shit up. They're probably putting a lot of effort into it. But it's like Denny's. They want you to be able to go wherever you are and have USCCA instructor available. And they want all those instructors to be kind of similar-ish, so that when someone goes to a class, they're not getting completely different shit at every entry-level class or whatever. And that's where, good luck with that. Like, unless you're going to tell an instructor, start from zero, only learn our curriculum and teach our curriculum, and then you have and have instructors that have no interest. That'd be like telling somebody, you can buy our guitar, you just have to play our music only. It's like some people will do that, but not many people. But most people want to pick up that guitar and immediately play their own song, and you really can't control what they're going to play. Anyway, I'm going off on tangents, but I could see USCCA really leaning into, like, we're a consistent, like, what you're going to get. And if you want to be an instructor and you want some help getting students or something, like, be a USCCA instructor, teach our curriculum, and, we'll get you going. And I could see that in, like, some of these places, like, those, what do they call them? Like the country clubs, where they're like, big ass facilities, and they do like cigars and nice range and super nice guns, and they'll have like a club, like sort of like the Anthony did, right? At Gun for Hire. Like a big elaborate place, like a place like that. Yeah, sure. Bring in, the cadre of USCCAs, because then that place, that range, doesn't have to go figure out, like, is this instructor I'm bringing in good or not? Like, are they fly by night? Like, whatever. So I could see that, but I don't know if they're following through or if they really care, because they've gone through a lot of iterations as a company. So I don't think they're done either. Like Tim doesn't. It's not like he said, "I'm calling my shots" and that's it. Like he changes the company up majorly, like 3 or 4 times since it's existed now. So I
Uh-huh.
could see it changing quite a bit still.
Yep. Since the beginning, they've pivoted a few times.
Or I could see it saying, how many millions of dollars do you have to make a month to be like, I'm out. Like I'm done. Like I got my
Yeah.
compound or whatever it is. Like I'm done. There's too much hassle. Like I'm done. You can have it. Because you
I
never
think.
see him. Nobody ever taught. He doesn't get. Every once in a while, he's like the voice of it anymore. But it's not like he's. I don't think he's striving for fame like some people. You know what I mean? Like some people know who he is. Most people probably walk right past him on the street and never would know who he was.
Oh hell no. Yeah, because I've had conversations with him, and about that and what direction they wanted to go in, and we were actually talking about how the fact that USCCA isn't available in New Jersey, because he was talking to me about getting in on, getting USCCA, talked about it on the podcast, and I was like, can't. No one in Jersey can have it, so why would I talk about it in that manner? I tell people to look into them, and if they live somewhere where they can have it, again, check it out. But to take a check from him and promote something that I can't get is kind of weird.
Well, you could
You know
do
what
it. You've got an audience in all 50 states though, and that's one of those
I mean?
things where they're like, because none of them are really insurance, so they get
Yeah,
squished or prevented because of some rules or something.
yeah, but this is what I told him. Oh, I'm sorry, that's what I said. I was like, look, I can talk about it, but understand the only one I can have is Law Shield. So I'm not gonna not talk about US Law Shield. So if you need some kind of exclusivity that I only talk about USCCA, that's not gonna happen. Like I am not so desperate for money that someone can dictate terms to me like that. You know what I mean? I'm like, bitch, I've been broke the whole time. There's a certain amount of freedom in having no money and not belonging to
Yep,
anyone.
not beholden.
Yeah, it's like, huh, well, if you don't do this, I won't give you this. Joke's on you, bitch. Never had anything in the first place and not desperate to have it to sell myself out. Maybe if I got some of those big checks. But understand, my idea of a big check is bigger than a lot of your average gun tuber's idea of a big check. My regular job is a locksmith. To sell my integrity on that would take millions, because I actually will be wanted by the law and lose out on a career that's decades old. So yeah, you're gonna have to pay me to make me independently wealthy. And I look at it the same way when it comes to my endorsement of things. Look, I spent 11 to well, actually, I came on the scene in 2012 as an instructor, and appearing on shows in 2015. My integrity is worth more than a couple of freaking shekels or a new gun, or I'll give you $100 a podcast. No, no. If your stuff sucks, it sucks. You want me to try it? I'll try it. But if it doesn't work, I'm going to tell you about it, and either you're going to fix it, or I'll tell my audience about it afterwards because you fixed it and it still sucked. I don't have a problem with that. But you're not going to dictate to me what I can do. Oh, who was that? Wrote, I want more gun companies to support the 2A. Yeah, you and me both,
Yeah, Packrat said that. I would say, it's obviously I would be agree with that as well, but I can understand it. Like one, you think of most companies, guns I think make like 10% or something.
brother.
At least most
Yeah,
people are only charging 10% above what cost on guns most of the time. And accessories is, if you're lucky, you're making 40% or something. So it's not like the gun industry at the gun shop level is making a fortune. Every once in a while, when we talk about those uh, ranges or shops that go all out and really do elaborate things, maybe have a restaurant or archery, bring other things in, have a lot, really active in the community. A shop might do a little bit better and have some money. So that's what the first thing is. Like we're in a community where there's just not a lot of excess. And when there is excess, we're not.
So
It's really what they call feast or famine. So it's not, people, they buy stuff, but it's not consistently feast, right? So
okay.
so there's not a lot of money. But I think the other side of it is that you don't know who to support, because the organizations, there's a couple of them that have been around for a little while. We've kind of been talking about the huge ones, which
Mm-hmm.
we're taken out of the question, because we're really talking, when he said that, he means small stuff. But that's
Mm-hmm.
the thing, it's who to support. And that's
So
where we don't have, I don't think, enough kind of common infrastructure. There's not an infrastructure of like who's who, so
okay,
that people can be comfortable knowing who the players are.
my problem is this. All right, and it's gonna sound bad, but fuck them. All right, I don't need Smith and Wesson to know every Second Amendment organization in the country. How about Smith and Wesson support the Tennessee Second Amendment organization since they just moved there? And that's where they get checks. You don't need to know everybody. Know who the
That's
F
true.
is in the state where you have your warehouse and your factory, and support them. That should be the most well-funded Second Amendment organization in the country. Smaller organizations should be the one in the cities or the towns or excuse me, in the states that these people are in. Colt should be supporting whoever's what Massachusetts, who's ever there. You don't need to support
Prague,
them across.
they're owned by CZ.
Yeah, I know. But you know what I'm saying. It's like, no, I don't need you to know everyone in the country. What about the state you're in? Because that's what Arrow did. That's what Stag did. They actually started supporting the people there because the fight was real. I'm like, and how come these smaller companies can do it with less
So
employees?
you
Like,
want
oh,
them to, you're saying you want them to fight like Springfield,
yeah, like spring.
except maybe the other way.
Yeah, the other way. I want them to fight for our side. So
But no, I know what you're
something.
saying, and I guess I was thinking gun shop size, but yeah, you went straight to Smith and Wesson, so we're coming at it from like different sides of because the industry's big. There's a lot of industry out there,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then you get
So
down
I
to like
don't
a
need to.
Geisley trigger or like so and so optics. Like, yeah, I'm hoping they're making enough money to be able to support organizations, but then at some point, if they're supporting too many organizations, like how much are you making on these dang optics? You know what I mean? So it's
Yeah.
I also want prices
So
to
it's
be
like,
decent.
yeah. So Geisley should be in Pennsylvania, and they should be cutting a check to one of the Pennsylvania organizations helping out there. You don't have to help out everyone, and you can do hey, product just like you do anything else. Give them for the Friends of the NRA. They can raffle it off for the Bucks County Friends of the NRA, right? I mean, if I'm participating in these things in other states like Rockland County in New York, I've been there and I work with their Friends of the NRA. I'm like, why in the hell can't you? Why can't you as a manufacturer? And again, not only is firearms manufactured, but accessory manufacturers, because your markup is significantly
For sure. And a lot of their markup is for marketing, or like a lot of their inherent cost is marketing. So if they just shifted their marketing to include or participate in whatever the fight is, then yeah, it would be a different. And I don't think it's necessarily like asking them to take a bitter pill. I think that well, it's a win-win. Like it's like finding out a healthy food tastes good. It's like, okay, then enjoy it. Like, so it's like if you can figure out a way to market um, a fight or a rally against to prevent
hmm
something from happening, or maybe even, I guess it's a little more controversial, but I'm going to say primary bad politicians, um, or maybe even shine
so
light on
yep.
maybe I don't have to get out there and actually do something, but at least shine some light on like what can be done. That's the kind of stuff that I think people, gun owners, right, are gonna. We're capitalists. We vote with our wallets. So when we see something and it's like, wow, that's getting done, maybe I do need a new set of rear sights or a handguard or whatever it is that company's putting out.
Yeah, I mean, look, Magpul came through in Virginia, right? They came through and did the freaking freedom drop or whatever they called it. I forgot. But when they gave magazines away outside of in Richmond during that protest, that's so cool.
Yeah, is it a publicity stunt? Like maybe, but who cares?
Yeah,
Like they could have
maybe.
spent their money putting it in a magazine or doing something bigger at SHOT Show, but instead they did this.
Yep. And it's like, yeah, they did that. Now, of course, Mac Tool got on my nerves when I called him because I was like, hey, I live in New Jersey. We're fighting the fight here. This is what I'm doing. Can you send some magazines for me to give away that are Jersey legal? They were like, well, what's Jersey legal? I was like, 15 rand. No, we can't do that. What?
Oh, really? They
Yeah,
don't pin them all.
yeah, they don't pin them to give them away. Like, I was like, wait a minute. You'll give a 30 rounder away, but you won't give a 10 rounder away? Yeah, no.
I mean, Magpul's interesting, but they also book. You know, I mean, what else are they going to do? But they book. You know, so they left Colorado, went to wherever they went,
Yeah,
Montana.
they ran to Texas.
I mean, it's
They
a
were
spot.
fleet.
Can't
They were
bitch,
fleet
but
of
at the
foot.
same time, they're also not stand and fight. They're book it and make more money again.
Well, see, that's the funny part because you and I talk about that. We're like, look, you stand and fight where you at. You don't retreat because there is no retreat. They're coming after you. They're following. And it's like, oh, it's not. No, it's not the fact that they are following you. It's the fact that they have a strategy for every state. And as these utopias like New York City and the major cities and the states that follow California, as these utopias fail, people there that are still left leaning and anti gun move to free states and ruin them. And that's what's happening, Virginia. And then when people that live in those states don't push back against an influx of people that are turning their state blue, you have what happens there. Now, I'm bringing Virginia up because I'm from Virginia, and this just recently is going on in Virginia. That they're losing their rights again because they did not vote. The Republicans didn't come out to vote, and the Democrats thought it was Democrat as usual, and didn't. And of course, they don't hear us because your algorithm only lets you hear live in the echo chamber. You have to go out of your way to have friends all over the political spectrum to get an inkling of what's happening on the other side, quote unquote. So they didn't know because I told my mom point blank, Mom, because she's in Virginia, why did you vote for a Democrat from New Jersey? What did you think was going to happen? I didn't know where she was from.
Hey, I want to get this off my screen since I'm about to change the subject a little bit off of what you just
Oh,
mentioned there.
yeah,
And I've
go
had
ahead, man.
this on my screen. I had this arm on my screen for like a long time, and I'm sure people were wondering what that was all about. So I'm going to get rid of this comment. And then I just seen this earlier, and I thought it was funny, and I've stuck it on the screen, and I'm totally off topic at this point. There it is. No. Add the stage, then this. There we go. It's nothing big. I don't even think there's any audio. But somebody took a map of the world and they started drawing this line around it. And if you draw the
Mhm.
line around it like this, I've never seen this drawn like this before, but it turns into a cat playing with Australia. I mean, it's nothing big. I just thought it was funny. It's the kind of shit you see on the internet. You go, oh man.
That's funny.
Yeah. It's sort of like when you have a hand and you make it into a turkey for a little kid. It's a
Yep.
little grandpa type of thing. If you're ever sitting there and you got a map. Okay, sorry. I can get off my
So,
screen now.
oh, it makes no difference.
No, I was going to ask, unless you got something, I was asking you a question. When you were talking there, I didn't want to interrupt you, so I'm interrupting you now. When you mentioned the people coming from a state and moving, like that's what we're dealing with in Arizona for a number of years now. I can't tell if it's intensifying or not, honestly, because I guess I don't pay enough attention. But where the influx of people coming from California to Arizona is in a place called Prescott. It's kind of halfway
Mhm.
between Phoenix and Vegas. Kind of not in the middle of nowhere, but it's up in the hills. So it's up in higher elevation than down here. It's about a 2-hour drive from me, or more even. So anyway, it's a place where the values and everything was close. It's physically closer to California, and I think it's just the values and stuff. The expensive houses are cheaper compared, like they could sell their house in California and make money, move into Arizona type of thing.
Hmm.
Anyhow,
Yeah.
so having a diversity shoot in a place like that, and also I should also mention Prescott is where like the Ruger factory is. It's where
Yep.
Gun Sight is. Like it's not. It's definitely a gun town. And then you've probably heard of Prescott in like westerns and shit because it's back in the old days it was actually a thing. Like it was a part of the history and shit. So Prescott's been around for a long time. But and there's other shit. I'm like I think the shotguns is up there. But anyway, so California people are coming in. I don't know if there's a big confrontation because it's sort of like but there is a lot of gun ranges, I guess, is what I was gonna get at. Because it's a gun town, there's a lot of ranges there. So, and the people that move from California can't do nothing about it. Like they're definitely not gonna be able to complain about those ranges. But having a diversity shoot in a place like that, I never thought about that before. But when you were saying like you have to do something, well, I forget how you phrased it, but dealing with the people coming in from these other states that want to then change the state. Well, one way
Hmm.
that we never comes up, we're definitely never encouraged to, is have a conversation with these people and take them to the range and try to get them to become more like us. Because that's the thing. When you take hot water and you pour it into cold water, like the water gets warm, but that hot
Hmm.
water gets cold really fast. The cold water does
Yep.
not ever get hot. It just gets a little warmer. The hot water immediately gets colder. So to suggest that when somebody moves from California to Arizona, like we're done, like it's doomed, it's over. Like that's such a weak ass like give up attitude. When in
Yep.
reality, if they're coming over here families at a time, that gives us the opportunity to go, hey, welcome. Hey, you know what it's like to be free? Well, here's one way. You can go to the range. Did you think that was fun? Let's go out in the desert. Because that's what the other option you got in Prescott is like, hey, let's go to the range, like an introductory diversity shoot type of thing. Like, oh, that
Hmm.
was fun. Hey, you want to go shoot full autos out in the desert at like shit up in the air? Like, let's go do that because we can do that out here. And then take them to like an actual event like that, and then take them to a gun show, and then they can go, oh wow, this is what freedom's like. So yeah, I think we got the potential to, we're not
We
going to change everybody's minds, but we've got the potential to open some minds, right, and to reach across that whatever divide.
So I point this out, and gun people get mad because I try to put some responsibility on them and accountability, and they don't like that. We have the easy part when take, or at least I do, as someone that takes people to the range. Right? I have the easy part. It's the fun part. It's pulling triggers. It's teaching them safety, and then just letting them have fun with that thing that we all like. The hard part, my opinion, is to not try to turn them into a clone of you. I don't need you to believe everything I believe. I don't need you to be in lockstep with me. But I want you to know one, their facts and there's manipulation, and you were manipulated. Because these people aren't the way they are because they hate freedom and want, no, they've been propagandized their entire life. And it's like, oh, what do you mean the news? No, I mean everything around them, from the TV shows to the news to the conversations to your teachers to your politicians to everything you saw, and including the cops, the chiefs of police. Most people don't know a gun person at all in those places. Or it's that weird uncle that, it's a survivalist from back in the day, or just something negative. Or some of the guys, even I found here, oh, well, I was in college down south and I shot a gun once and it was fun, but everybody doesn't need one. Well, great. With all that experience, you should tell me about horseback riding and whether people should do that too, huh? Because you rode a horse once on a trip to Jamaica.
Yeah, tell us about motorcycles.
Yeah, I
Your
mean, it's
thoughts on those lots.
so it's like we can't turn people into clones of us, but we can expose them to the truth and not make them feel weird about it. And now, whenever they tell a lie or repeat some bull crap, you can actually have a conversation because you know them. Like
Well, and
online.
like you've said before, you also now they have been introduced to you. They have a source. Hey, is this
Yep.
true? Like I heard this. Is that real?
Yeah, and it's like, no, that's not real. Where'd they get it from? Oh, well, they said this. All right, well, look, check it out. And you don't have to have every answer, but have a couple of sources. Have a freaking Coleon Noir video you can throw up there that has a thing, or tell them to go to what's wow, I can see his face, Dr. John Lott. Have Dr.
Yeah,
John Lott's friggin' thing on Twitter and just send them straight to that. Like, hey, here's a dude who actually collected the information and then they tried to shut him down. I'm like, have sources to go to. You don't have to know everything. Good Lord, because nobody does. But at least have like three or four sources you can direct people to do the easy reading or to get talk to somebody or listen to a show or a podcast that actually has a different perspective and point of view and actually doesn't scream at people and call everyone a commie. Because that is not productive. And guess what? Some people don't consider being called a communist a bad thing.
yeah, seriously. And even if it doesn't matter what the name is, some people who are argumentative or whatever, who are really in it to incite, right? Like that, it doesn't matter why you're upset or how you're upset. The fact that you're upset is what they were looking for. So
Yep.
if you can uh, understand, how do I say this? Like after being in a lot of conversations and understanding our position easy, and that's the thing. That's why I've always tried to make more resources, because it does take a while to figure out all the stuff on our side. But like you say, we got a lot of stuff stacked in our favor over here, and it's verifiable, actual stuff, not just rhetoric. There is some rhetoric, obviously, like from my cold dead hands and shit, gets thrown around a lot, but we kind of mock it over here um, because we have so much more on the table. Where the other side doesn't have a lot of meat. A lot of those folks are paid or are in it for the because they're, like someone they know was affected, or they're affected themselves by someone they know being like murdered or killed or something. So they're going to be in it for life, and you're never going to change their mind. They
Hmm.
have those people to anchor their situation. They got the money coming in, which I still say is all just a massive plot over the years from what's his face to just pay himself back. He probably got interest on this whole thing. He certainly got famous, and he thinks of everybody's going to think of him as a person who is trying to do good type of shit. When in reality, he just basically never paid a dime for any of this. But anyhow, because they don't have a lot of meat on the bones over there, almost anything we can do is useful and often effective. Like sometimes what we do is useless, but often if we can be not a buffoon, if we can be not what they're expecting, if we can make it a little bit of an aha moment at all to the observers, not necessarily those people who are the diehards or the people getting paid, but those people who are just watching the back and forth. If they don't get what they expect from our side and it's a positive, like, oh, like I didn't, I'd never heard of that argument before, or like I don't agree with it, but wow, I didn't think of that. That's where we gain ground. And all it takes is, I guess, some experience, doing it a few times, understanding, what kind of options are on the table on our side. And you don't have to even be some kind of scholar or anything. You don't have to memorize nothing. Just understanding, like you just said, John Lott, right? You don't have to remember John Lott. You just have to know that there's a guy on our side who pays attention to the numbers. There's actually about 5 of them, if you think about it. That's their whole gig. We also have the lawyers, right? We have the people that like to do this or that. And once you kind of know the playing field, you don't have to remember the person. But when you're having that conversation with somebody else, you can confidently, let them know, like, hey, if you do want to look at the numbers, I have a place to send you. Like as soon as I get home, I can figure out who that guy's name is, ask somebody, get you the link that you need, and I can show you what I'm talking about with, most gun deaths are suicides. Like you are very concerned about gun deaths, and so am I. Why? Because suicides. Like I will
Hmm.
disregard the murders. I am not going to be worried about the murders, not because I'm callous, but because we have a very low murder rate compared to the rest of the world. Like our murder rate
Yep.
is very low. And if you want a lower murder rate, you have to like literally put a lot of people more in prisons, and nobody wants that. So like, we don't want, what is it called? Federal
Mass
law,
incarcerations.
or what do they call it when everybody's locked down? Not, I can't think of the word, law, whatever law. Um,
Martial law.
Martial law, thanks. We don't want martial law, and that's basically what we would have to get complete never having a failure. So I think we actually do pretty good. Now that's a conversation that it's pretty tough to have with somebody who's emotional, but if you're confident in understanding that like most 2/3 of all deaths are suicides, deaths
Hmm.
from a firearm, and understanding that, like I'll go head to head with anybody. It'll take a minute to get past the emotional probably, but then once they actually get past it, it's like they'll understand that, like, yeah, we all want to affect that, because think about it, the suicides are gun owners. Like nobody's picking up a gun. Like nobody's finding the number of people who find a gun or whatever, get a gun to commit suicide is very few. We all acknowledge that the vast number of the people who are committing suicide, I'm not supposed to be saying this on the thing, but whatever the words are you supposed to use for that word,
Hmm.
are gun people. So it's, of course, it's our thing. And as soon as you can get that across as somebody who's actually not just, who actually wants to solve something, is going to understand that we're all on the same side. It's one of the reasons Walk the Talk America is such a valuable resource on our side. In other words, if you have to start thinking about, like, if I want to be an activist, who should I be aware of? Like Walk the Talk America is one of those organizations that right at the top of your list, because it's effective. It's taken us right to 2/3. Most of the people that die with a firearm are suicide. So let's get right to that. And if you really want to solve that, it has nothing to do with taking away those, 300, 400 million guns from the people who aren't committing suicide. Like, let's address that. And if the person is actually willing to, have a real discussion, then boom, you're off to the races with Walk the Talk America's resources and all the content that they've created.
And that's,
Anyway,
and when you talk about it, right? I mean, if you have a open and honest conversation, I'm like, all right, let's have an open and honest conversation. Most of the deaths, over 60%, like you said, 2 out of 3 are self deletions. That's not a firearms problem. That's a totally different problem. But you're standing on those bodies while dancing in the blood of the less than 1% that are die from mass shootings, but you're trying to make it seem like that's
and,
all the deaths.
and pointing at the gun owners who either collect, have one gun that they carry around, the gun owners that go hunting, the gun owner, you're pointing at
Hmm.
those people and ignoring the criminals, which,
Hmm.
here's the thing, I don't
30.
give a shit about the criminals, and that's controversial, but I don't give a shit about the criminals. I said it a minute ago, I guess. It's not that I don't care about the criminals, but I agree that the criminal issue is probably kids with guns, like dumbass kids that are just don't have enough life, whatever you call it, like interest in their own lives to value other people's lives. KD has mentioned, has talked on that endlessly, like really well, on how to address,
Hmm.
different ways to address that. But that's a circumstance that if if the anti-gun person wants to disregard all the I don't like to call it gang violence, because there's all kinds of gang fights, and we all know that
Hmm.
most gangs, I know from watching movies, that most gangs uh, take out their aggressions and their uh, problems with each other with dancing. Somehow some
Yes,
kind of a street dancing, sometimes singing, but a lot of times just
everybody
dancing in the
knows.
streets, right?
Yep.
But
Yep.
the ones that are violent are just, I'm guessing, kids most of the time. I don't think like 50-year-old drug dealers are shooting each other. Like maybe once in a while, but they probably got it figured out if they're 50 years old. Most of the people shooting each other, I think everybody can admit, is kids that just don't value life yet,
Yeah.
or at all, whatever. But that's, again, that's social. That's a situation that, there's a million different ways to address that have nothing to do with taking the guns away from people that have nothing to do with that. And that's one of those things that both sides let that hang there. And it's frustrating. Like we talked about the national level organizations and what they can do. One of the things they haven't ever done is try to put some nuance into that. Like, let's address the actual issues here. We don't have that person yet. We have people watching the numbers. We have Walk the Talk America, and other organizations that go after areas of interest or specific things. We have the Women for Gun Rights that are doing amazing work in the way that they take ladies from different levels or areas of society in the gun community, plus also society, plus different types of ladies, right? Because ladies, there's daughters and aunts and uncle, or I guess aunts and grandmas, right? Like all different kind of ladies, and from all different states. Like they're diverse on like 7 layers, and people that have been doing it like Diana since the beginning, and people are
Hmm.
just jumping on board, so they're getting used to like just a lot. Like they're being more and more effective all the time. And then you get anyway. So I could keep going, right? So you've got all these different like elements. Anyway, I'm going off on a tangent.
So 100%, that's who you have in the fight, and that needs to be promoted. That those people need to be seen on a national level because that's how we win. You win with Diana Mueller not only doing it on a national level, but they've shifted and they also do it on the local level. So if you can never make it to DC, but you can make it to your state capital, then that's good enough. Get down there and be seen. Um, so Diana is doing a good job of that. I'm laughing because that little bitch Cory Booker, our senator, every time Diana and her group shows up and they bring someone from Jersey, that little half a homo hides in his office. Tony, how dare you? That's insulting to gay people, I guess. I don't know. Because Cory Booker pretends to be straight. I can't wait for that whole thing to come out. He hides in his office. He doesn't want to see him. So it's great because they go and take a picture in front of his office and talk about how he's hiding in there. He does it every time. Not one has met him. Cory Booker's a coward. He won't even
Well,
meet with
and
him.
that's the kind of thing where I mean it's obvious, I guess, with that guy if it's if he's like that all the time. But if there's somebody who's maybe
So
playing a good talk or talking a good talk or playing it and not doing
the
anything
good part about it
when
is this.
the ladies show up, they
You
they
you get to
find out
see
who's actually willing to meet them or not.
well, you get to see who's pro 2A and who's not. So because everybody dying of brains is not a Republican. And now you have Democrats that went to see a Democratic lawmaker and he's hid from them 4 times. They've called ahead, they've said they were coming, and he's somehow unavailable every time. But anytime the mommies with the red t-shirts show up, he's available.
Oh, dude, that's a great point. I wasn't even thinking about that, but you're right. When the late women for gun rights show up, it's usually like what 3 or 4 show up to each senator,
Yeah.
congressperson, or whatever. And like you say, they're not bringing like we hate you. Give us an appointment. It's like we're on your side. Give us an appointment, and he's not showing
Yep.
up.
And he's not showing up. So that's the good part. Now you have Democrats going, hey, they're not pro 2. They're not trying to take away your guns. He wouldn't even meet with me, and I was there. I came from Jersey to DC to see him. And he was out of the office. But here's him in the office every time the mommies come. And it's like you can't continue lying to people when you've invited people from both sides. Now you have Republicans and Democrats at diversity shoots. You have Republicans and Democrats at Women for Gun Rights events. When you don't gatekeep and you allow these people, you don't have to change your position at all. And I think that's a fear a lot of people have that somehow, if you let these people in, you're going to change your position. No, you're not. You don't have to. Just keep exposing them to the truth and then pointing out things like I just pointed out because maybe they never noticed it. Can't talk down to people. I shined the light on a couple of things at the last diversity shoot. The people actually came to me afterwards and like, never noticed that. Like when I pointed out that there's a constant attempt to make it seem like civil rights ended a long time ago. I've said it on your podcast. I've said it on others. Anytime you talk about Martin Luther King Jr., you think black and white photo, black and white speeches, right? That's all you think of when you think about the Civil Rights March. All you think about is black and white photos, hoses being turned up, all black and white. Well, when you think about
And
Vietnam footage,
it was done like by our grandparents or like even earlier
yeah,
for some people, right?
yeah, somehow you think it was just done forever ago. Meanwhile, when you think about Vietnam and Vietnam footage, every thought you have is in color. When you think about the Super Bowl and when Super Bowls are played, well, the first Super Bowl was done at the same time Martin Luther King Jr. was marching on Selma. That's in color. Why do they show that in color? But when they talk about the rights of people, they want to make it seem like it's a long time ago. Every time you think of it, the only pictures are in your mind, not because you looked it up or push your glasses up and go, actually, But just in the national collective, in the mind, they think black and white was a long time ago. That's why they keep showing you that stuff at that time. I had friends that are photographers that told me, "Oh no, it's because it was less expensive to print those pictures in
Yeah,
black and white color." Really? What's the excuse today?
yeah, and
You
that
tell me.
doesn't. That's for the newspapers, but not for like a textbook, right? Like a textbook, when you got the like you're saying, like
Yeah,
$15 difference, and every textbook's going to be in color. That's a great
yeah.
point too, because you think of like World War II and shit, black and white all the time. Because I don't even think they did have. Well, I guess they technically have had color since
See,
the Civil War, but in reality, most of the
no,
stuff you see is
the
until it was
first
like
movie,
common.
the first movie filmed in color was of Oz, 1941. All right. So yes, they've had color since 1941, but it was very expensive, hard to come by, hard to do. But they had color video, excuse
By the
film.
'60s, though, everything was color.
It was everywhere. It was everywhere. Your TV shows
Elvis,
were done in color.
like you think of Las Vegas, it's color, right? Like,
Lucy and Desi, Lucy Arnaz, I Love Lucille, was filmed in color.
well, both. It was also
Excuse me.
black.
Hold on. Breaks. I'm sorry. It was not filmed in color. Lucille
No,
Ball
it
was
was
filmed in
at
black
the
and
end.
at the end, but Lucille Ball was filmed in black and white. But what they did was they had different colored grays. The set was all gray, bro.
Oh no, yeah, I've seen like things where they'll show like like what the makeup was. Like they'd have like green lips and purple eyes
They
and stuff
they
to
did it
make
for the
it like
contrast.
gray.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that little bullcrap knowledge that popped in my head. But and then I hit him with this one. Anne Frank, Martin Luther King Jr., and Barbara Walters were all born the same year. But they only show you Anne Frank, Martin Luther King Jr. in black and white to make it all seem like that was at one time period. Like that happened in the same time frame. No, it didn't. Anne Frank was 44 when 1945. Martin Luther King Jr. was 1968. Barbara Walters was on television in color in 1968, 1970. She's still alive today. Every Vietnam vet you know was alive during Martin Luther King Jr.'s freaking fight for civil rights. It was not that long ago. I am the first generation of African American born after the civil rights movement, 55. It wasn't forever ago. They just
Well,
want
I
you to feel
thought you were going that like yes, I don't disagree with like what you're saying, like that it's
it.
I don't know if that's framed or if it's just if it's
It
what's
can't
the
be a
word
coincidence. It can't be a coincidence, right? Somehow
I
that's a
mean,
coincidence that that one thing.
well,
Anytime
no,
you
because I
talk
don't
about
think
civil
that's a
rights, it's
one
black and
thing.
white.
I think if you start thinking about it, like there's probably things that they wanted us to think of as history for some reason.
Hmm.
And it's probably because it's unpleasant, right? Like, oh, this is, we don't want kids talking about this controversial. So let's, make it black and white or something. Or,
Uh,
so
mm,
I mean, I have no idea. Well, or it was way more,
so
I don't want to say manipulated, but like, and thought
Cesar
out.
Chavez, Cesar Chavez, black and white, right? If you remember it, most people don't. It was something that
Oop.
tickled me one day, and I looked it up and I kept googling. I went to the Google machines to pull up images of this, of that, of this, of that, of this, of that, and it was like, why am I seeing color Marines battling Way City in Vietnam during the Tet Offensive, but I'm not seeing color in anything that happened during the entire civil rights movement, or for the
Well, you
most
think
part.
of Malcolm. I don't think I've seen a color picture. I can't recall color unless you think of like a movie that was made recently.
Yeah, yeah. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X should be the picture with those two together should be an epic color photo, but it's a black and white photo. Malcolm X is by any means necessary black and white photo. Any of his speeches, black and white, black and white, black and white. Anyway, that has anything to do with anything except there's I try to teach people things and come at them from a different way to go, hey, we're being played, you're being manipulated, and even if you don't believe the gun thing, here's another thing that you never really thought of as being manipulative, but it has been. Now, when I apply it to the firearms thing, these are the companies that actually pay to have guns made to look a certain way in movies, to look bad. To the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is one of them. Other organizations actually pay to have certain messages put in your favorite television shows and movies. If your movie doesn't have people smoking cigarettes in it, they get a check from certain organizations just because they didn't promote smoking. Well, they do the same thing with firearms ownership, and if you pay attention, you can actually see it. And when I first learned that, I saw it one of the first nights. It was Magnum PI followed by Hawaii 5 and both of them had ridiculous anti-gun messages that were just so Hollywood driven and
Like
overt
the modern
that it,
ones, you mean? Like the new versions of these shows?
yes, the new version of these shows, and it was just so heavy-handed and obvious. I was like, oh my goodness,
Dude,
wow.
so that's just what I was thinking. So I was mentioning that Professor Yamane posted this 22-minute video, I think this week, about his reply to these 8 questions that were given to him by somebody from the BBC. And the question, one or two of the questions was really leading. Like it was
Hmm.
like, why did they allow guns in the United States anyway? Or something like that. And he's like, well, you implied that that's a problem. And so let me first off, say that that's not a problem. But since I know what you're actually trying to ask, then let me also try to address your question. But thinking of it like from her point of view, right? Like somebody who's um, genuinely asking a question, but doesn't understand that the way they're asking the question shows their bias. And their bias
Hmm.
might not be intentional, but they have a bias and they don't understand it, right? So when I was sitting here, so keeping that in mind, I'm watching a TV show, and it's really a pain in the ass to watch this TV show because it's a series and there's so many commercials and shit. It's driving me nuts to watch it. I'd rather just watch a movie and not see a
Uh-huh.
commercial. But the show is about the sheriff, and I think it's either new or last couple of years or something. So I'm watching it, and it's about this sheriff, and I'm like, the absurd dumb shit that they put in TV shows. Like every sheriff has these amazing adventures every week or
Every
whatever.
week, yeah. Uh-huh.
So, but I'm like, it's fascinating me because it's a new show, modernish show, and it's I can't tell if it's pro gun or anti gun. So half the reason I'm watching it is to see if it's pro gun or anti gun because there's guns in it all the time. Well, they have like they're wearing guns and they're wearing them kind of dumb, like, and I'm like, is it because they don't know? But there's some shows, like I think the ones you're talking about, where they wear them like the dumbest way possible because they're trying to buffoon gun owners and they think it's
Hmm.
funny to make guns look stupid. They think they get some kind of brownie points by pissing us off for like wearing their guns and like open carry appendix, like the dumbest shit, like next, like put it up
Mexican carry.
next to my badge on the outside though. Like, so
Hmm.
everybody knows I'm carrying a gun because I'm a cop, but like anybody could also just take it from me because there's not even like any retention. It's
Yep.
just horrible fucking thing sometimes. So I'm watching this show and I can't figure it out because they have like the bad people are gun fanatics, and I'm like, well, they're anti-gun, but then
Hmm.
they don't like harp on gun stuff, and that's what bugs me. Is I'm wondering, I guess the same kind of thing. Is it sort of like that person from Europe where they're just like they don't know they're biased, so they don't know they're being jerks about it, and therefore no harm, no foul. You just don't realize you're making gun owners look bad, or is it like subtle and they do hate guns, and it's like, well, since I got the power of having somebody's attention every week, I'm going to make gun owners look bad or look like idiots, make guns look like unnecessary. And that's the thing about these shows. Like guns are unnecessary and useless unless they need them for some plot element. And then they're either deadly or again, useless depending on the plot. And then they go back to being in the holster and they're just like a prop. So I was, it's just, anyway, so I understand how much power, like whatever the media, Hollywood, whatever has. I'm wondering if, I guess the big question is, I'm wondering if we're gaining any ground there. Because there are definitely the shows that are the opposite, right? Like where the military people make the show and they get specialists in, they make sure all their gun handling is cool and they're doing stuff in the right way and it's, as accurate as possible. There's that
Well,
spectrum between all that.
well, what it is this, bro. The military, yeah, they fund it and finance it and have it going on. I mean, there's not an
Well, a
accident
lot of
that
times,
somehow
sure.
Top Gun actually was filmed on an aircraft carrier. Nobody pulled one of those out of their ass. The military provided.
No, no, I'm
So,
thinking more like the seals that all got out, and like there's a couple of seals where their books turned into
uh huh.
series and stuff. And like
So,
I'm sure the military's in on it, but it's also like those seal guys. I'm trying to think of that guy's name, the guy with the axe.
Jack
Um,
Carr. So
Carr,
you
right?
got
There's
Jack.
no way
Yeah,
Carr's going to let his show be bad because he's Jack Carr. He wants the show to be cool.
but then you have the Delta Force things, and they allow them to use assets, so they get funding, so they know the play to their who's cutting them a check. I think that's one of them. The other thing is, yes, they may already have biases, and because again, they live where they live, might not even recognize it as a bias because everyone is this way. You know, everyone that
Yeah,
lives
there's
in West
nobody to call
Hollywood.
on it. Yeah,
Yeah,
people don't know that they're wearing their holster like a jackass because they don't know how holsters are. Yeah, they don't know.
and then the people that are in Hollywood that are gun people or that are pro, they've moved. They come in to work and leave. They're
Yeah,
not
that's
here
true.
to fight you at every freaking turn because you know what? Screw you guys. Because they know one, I mean, truthfully, they know many of you are pieces of garbage that are some of the most horrible people that ever lived between casting couches and what we've learned about Epstein Island. So if you're a good human being, you probably want as least to do with these people as possible outside of work. Let's not act like that's not a thing. So you're not about to teach them gun handling. It's like ill. So that's that. I mean, there's probably a lot of reasons and stuff we don't even know about because we're regular human beings that don't do crazy shifty things.
Yeah.
But but we can't just go, oh, it's all ignorance, oh, it's all planned. I'm like, it's probably some of both, and the percentage would probably surprise us, or maybe it won't. I don't know. But I do know that we are seen as either irrelevant or bad guys. So it makes no difference if you do it right. Who cares? It's just a prop. Or, well, all those guys are scumbags, and if we could make them look bad and make guns look evil, that's awesome. Matter of fact, that's what we want to do. It's between the two of those.
Packrat's saying, "How about the anti-gun posters in Lethal Weapon?" That's not one of my favorite movies, so I haven't seen it in a while. It was what's the? Is it like they're walking past them, or they like mention them, or is it like obvious, or is it just in the background?
Oh, I have no idea. I've never even noticed that. Great. Gave me something else to Google. Um,
Well, that's probably
look,
probably do.
Lethal Weapon is entertainment.
Oh, I can ask you this question since we're talking about movies. I'm sitting here looking around, and I find a movie. Man, I can't think of the name of it. I'll find it if we really want. But it's the guy who played Reacher recently on the on
Mm-hmm.
Amazon, the big
Yeah.
dude. So
Yep.
he's that big dude, and it was a number of years ago. So he's big, but he's not. He's bigger now than he was in this movie, I think. But
Yep.
he's still a big dude. So he's not quite Arnold Schwarzenegger size, but he's bigger than Rambo guy. But anyway, he's supposed to be a guy who lost his brother when they were in the army, and then 10 years later he gets healed up, and they wanted to go into Ranger together, so he goes to
Mm-hmm.
RASP, he goes to Ranger whatever school, and then they're on their like thing where they at the end of Ranger school they have to go on an adventure, I guess. And they go on their adventure, and in that during that adventure, aliens invade Earth, and they don't know because they're out of contact with everybody, and they just are on their last like skill set, adventure they have to do to pass their ranger test, so,
Mm-hmm.
to become rangers. So unbeknownst to them, they're supposed to be going to like some downed helicopter and like explode it or something, and they find the spaceship and try to explode it, and then all hell breaks loose because it turns out to be a robot from space, and then it takes them a minute to figure out what the hell. And then the rest of the movie is like a sci-fi, uh, people that have blanks in their guns because they're on training, but they just have their wits about them, trying to fight robots that are big ass robots like size of elephants. And it's kind of an interesting movie. But did you seen that or hear anything about that? And then if
I
so,
saw
what's
I
about it?
saw something where he was go. Now understand, I love the fact that he's doing these movies, and I know he was in the Ranger thing. I still remember it. I want to look it up because he's a really I like some of the stuff that he's in, but it
He
makes me
carried
laugh.
it. It was a good, like the actors were good. I like sci-fi. This just wasn't that good a sci-fi, but
Oh, was it?
it was worth watching. It wasn't my favorite
Okay.
movie. I would watch it on a Saturday. Yeah, it's not
What
my
the
favorite
frick is
movie,
it?
but it's okay.
Alan Rickson is his name, right?
Yep, I'll go find it. I put it on YouTube. It's on my YouTube channel.
Oh,
Asking
okay.
people, asking
Oh,
people.
I looked up the thing. Yeah. So in Lethal Weapon 4, there were some anti-gun, anti-NRA posters on the wall or something like that as I was scamming through. But I mean, by 4, I wasn't really paying attention to it because it kind of sucked. Is 4 the one with Chris Rock in it?
Dude, I don't even know. It was definitely like a stylized movie or something, and I just didn't like it. So they just kept making the same thing over and over, kind of. And I was like, well, I'm not. Same way. I probably stopped watching it too. I watched.
Yeah.
I know I've seen one with the boat, and I don't remember if that was 2 or 3.
Yeah. Hold on. Here is let me see. Which is 4? Lethal Weapon 4. That's 3 with Joe Pesci. Yeah, 4 had to be the one with Chris Rock. Yep. Yeah, Chris Rock and Rene Russo. Yeah, that shit was over by then.
Let's see. The movie was called War Machine.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Anyway,
Is
yeah,
it on
it's
YouTube for free?
no, it's brand new. Yeah, you
No.
can.
Oh.
I think I watched it on Amazon, but I can't remember.
Yeah. So
Oh,
I saw War Machine 2013. Is that a video
oh,
game? Oh, that's toys or something.
yeah, that's what I thought. I thought War Machine was going to be. I think isn't like Captain America's
Yeah.
somebody or Iron Man or somebody is War Machine. So I thought it was that, but it's not. It's something totally different.
Yeah. What's his name? Iron Man's boy. He's War Machine.
Like when it's not Iron Man in it, it's I thought that's what it was. When like his friend is in it, then it's War Machine, or either War Machine is a
Brody.
separate armor or something, but it's his
Yep.
friend's set up inside of Iron Man, basically. So no,
Yeah,
I
that's
thought
the only
that's what
thing.
it was. That's why I started watching it, and then I'm like, really fast, I figured out it wasn't that. So,
Oh, cool. All right, cool.
but it was
Maybe I can
also
find.
weird because it was like we were kind of talking about the army paying for it. I don't think the army paid for that because they kind of
Yep.
like being rangers. They like rangers, they respect rangers, and this
Hmm.
was weak. Like it
Yeah.
did
Okay.
not seem like they weren't being jerks. That guy is not going to be in a movie that is anti-ranger or anti-army. It just was
Yeah.
like they didn't bother paying that much attention to it, and I don't know if
Yeah.
they realize like that's
How
kind of a
badly?
big deal. Yeah, like if
Yeah.
you're gonna diss somebody in the army, like diss the people that are changing tires on the trucks or something like that. Nobody is gonna. There's not a big fan base of like
Yeah. Right. Well, it's always funny to me because everybody wants to suckle up to the Rangers, and I'm like, Rangers ain't walked to a combat zone since Rogers Rangers, right? It's all because of the people that are putting the tires on those trucks and feeding them and
yeah.
flying them. Yeah, you ain't walked nowhere since the War 1812, mother effer. So you can say if you ain't infantry, you ain't poop. But in real life, um, you don't fly without supply.
Well, for me, I knew a kid when I was in scouts. I knew a kid that was like a couple years older than me. It had to be maybe 3 years older than me in school because he went in and became a ranger and then came
Hmm.
back and was like telling us about how cool it was to be a ranger. And I was like, okay, I can respect that. But it gave me no interest in becoming a ranger. Like it just seemed
Gotcha.
like a lot of fucking work and like
Hmm.
shining your boots and being like a really good soldier. But I have never had that interest. Like I'll go do stuff and I'm not going to do the bare minimum, but when I can do the bare minimum and it's something I could care less about, I'll do the bare minimum. And when it's something I like, I'll do a lot of, right? I'd rather be like that and like kind of make my own decisions, which is pretty much everything in life, but not when you're a ranger. Like there's some places
Nope.
where you're going to do what they want. Same thing with Marines. Like I totally respect Marines. I get it. I just knew
Hmm.
I wasn't going to be able to do it. I'd be the guy getting fucked around. Like I would do it, but I would not. I'd be miserable. Like you know what I mean?
I'm
Like I
doing it,
know I
but
wouldn't get kicked out, but I would not like it. I'm not looking
I'm doing it. I'm doing this, but I'm doing it under protest.
yeah, exactly. Like I'm not thrilled about this, but I
I
get it.
comply.
Like it
I
totally.
comply with delay. I comply with delay.
I,
Oh, I
ki- I
know it
kind
all
of
the time. Bro.
I kind of dig our in the army when the drill sergeants like the first day or two they yell at you, and then they probably yelled at some people more, but like after about a couple of days, they quit yelling at you because if you got your shit at least semi squared away, like they might yell at all of us, like, come on, get up or whatever. But like to come up and yell at you like in the movies and shit, like that shit
Yeah.
lasts about maybe a week. I mean, it's been a long time or whatever, but they did it, but they didn't need to break everybody fucking down. We all volunteered. You know what I mean? Like they kind of knew it, and they knew that 90% of us, like you say, were going to go like sit at a fucking desk or do something dumb like that
Mm-hmm.
required nothing that we were going to be learning in the next 3 months. But we all needed to learn it or whatever. But
Yeah,
it
Marine Corps is totally different. Marine Corps,
certainly wasn't Marines.
Marine Corps doesn't stop yelling at you. Excuse me, doesn't slow down yelling at you until the second phase, which is like the end of month 2. Because it's 3 months
So
long. Around the end of month 2, you stop getting yelled at as an individual every day. Well, maybe vice versa. You keep getting yelled at as an individual, but as a group, you kind of got your shit together.
yeah, I bet you by the end of the second, and it's been forever. I'm definitely mixing it with movies at this point because I can't even, what I mean? When you're that old,
Yeah.
when you're this old, you can't remember what's real and what's not anymore for little details. But yeah, I think after like the first month, I can't remember. Like if you really fuck up, like if somebody slept instead of like mopping or something, they'd get pissed. Like if you just were not keeping your shit together, but
Yeah.
like they basically didn't yell at all. Wake you up or whatever. But otherwise, it was just like, come on, let's go, come on, let's go. Because they all figured out, like I don't know. I think everybody kind of knew everybody's just there because it's a job. There was no urgency of some war or whatever. Like there wasn't some pen. I mean, like you see the movies and everybody knows they're about to go to war, so you might as well learn this shit because you're going to need it. Like I said,
Yeah.
most of us were like, well, you were saying, and that's kind of maybe why I started saying this. Like most of us, at least everybody I knew, was joining for whatever job, like to get out with a degree or because we're all poor. Like, oh well, this was a way to get like computer training because back in the day that was like computer
Big.
training. Like I'm going to be a mechanic. I'm going to be a computer trained. Like
Yep.
there was no specialization or nothing back then, or like aviation or something. But yeah, like people went in to get some kind of a job skill that they could come out with, whereas people that were going in Rangers didn't give a shit about the job skill when they got out. They were going in because they wanted to, a whole different thing. There
So
must be
how old
some
is you?
jobs in the Rangers that you can take out, but I'm sure not many.
So I just laugh because they always, oh, it's So Alan Rickson's 43 years old. So
Yeah,
they
that's
have him.
real.
Well, I just have to laugh because they're gonna have him in this movie playing, somebody that's going through Ranger School, and I'm like,
Well, but they
bro,
did have it like, he had been in the army and then he
mm.
got tore up and then he recovered and then he went to prove a point. So he was definitely like at the end, the
so
old end, like, why are you here, old man? Type of shit.
so I know a man who went through Ranger School at 40 something years old. Worked with him, badass dude, Vietnam vet. While he was in Nam, there were no Rangers in Nam, by the way. There was no Ranger training. Excuse me. The Rangers were never deployed to Vietnam as a unit. Most people don't know that. So there was no chance of you being in Nam and going to Ranger School. But what they did have was long range reconnaissance patrol, and they had Recondo School run by I think Fifth Special Forces. So they were giving you that Ranger like long range reconnaissance, Rogers Rangers kind of training that made you that behind the lines badass that went across borders snooping and pooping and doing all that stuff. Well, he went through all the schools there and came back to the States and was like, it bothered him that he was never Ranger qualified. He went to Ranger school at 40 years old, which is a big effing deal. It's a huge deal to go to Ranger school at 40. He graduated as the honor grad, bro. How bad do you feel? How bad do you feel as the 20 something that got dusted by the old man? They had him on the front cover of the Army Times. So that was pretty cool. So when I'm looking at Alan Rickson, I'm like, yeah, bro, You know how unusual it is to be in your 40s in Ranger school? Yeah, that's Olympic level unicorn stuff. That ain't even real. But I just because they have no idea. Most people have no idea that this is a young man's game. You know what I mean? When you're in the
Oh,
field,
yeah.
those ain't dudes in their mid 40s in the field. That little shape you think you in because you go to freaking Planet Fitness and run in circles and work the medicine ball or do yoga, yeah, that's not the fitness level of somebody with a 125-pound pack on their back in the freaking 20-mile march with all their gear in the rain regularly.
Yeah, like basically weekly from what I understand. They're constantly doing shit.
Yeah. So when you try to blow it off or do whatever, you forget that, captains, lieutenants, and captains are in their mid to late 20s, maybe early 30s, and have been working and in shape for a couple decades at that point. If you're a captain, you got like ten years in. Yeah. In the infantry, in something that's on the ground. Yeah.
That you're talking about, no, but when you start thinking about the global war on terror, you were talking about this earlier. Well, you were talking about something earlier that I didn't want to
Mhm.
interrupt you, but I was thinking, I think you were saying something about maybe when we were talking about training or something, but people's like level of experience or something. And like I was going to interrupt and say, and then the people coming back from the global war on terror are going to have
Mhm.
I don't know, like they have already, it has already happened, so it's not like there's any number of people that are still overseas waiting to come back, but as they are back, they're going to have an opinion, I guess, an attitude about guns
Yep.
that is theirs to have, and it's going to be
Mhm.
different than any kind of Vietnam vet. It's going to be different for sure than a World War II vet, and it
Mhm.
may not be 100% just because you're a vet you love guns or anything. Like there's
Yep.
no fucking law. And if you had a different relationship, like I don't know, if we always see in the movies is the people that were moody and mopey about being in Vietnam. There's probably
Yep.
tons of people that were happy to be in, not happy, but like willing to go to Nam for whatever reasons, and then came home and
Mhm.
just lived their regular lives, and it's probably a majority. Same with any of them, any of the wars. But I'm sure at some point there's going to be people that come out with a totally different relationship on guns from the global war on terror, right? Like just because humans are different now, we all live, or the people that I can't even say we because I'm young, I'm too old for the global war on terror, pretty much. So,
Mhm.
I mean, if I would have still been in when it started, I would have been fucking 40 or some shit, right? Or not 40, I guess, but like 30, like you're saying, like I would have almost been at the end of my useful life as operational, and then ad, advising or something during the most of it, or like being some kind of supply shit for most of it. But I wasn't, so it's mute. But what I'm saying, like that's the people that were in it are Gen Z, I guess. No,
Mhm.
Gen Z
Yeah.
and millennials and shit.
Yeah.
So it's really their war and their relationship with guns and their veteran status or whatever. And here's the thing: veterans is one thing, but we talk about this all the time. Veterans, nobody's like test tube. At least at this point, nobody's test tube grown into the Army or the Marines or one of those other ones.
Mhm.
They are family, right? They're somebody's parent, somebody's son or daughter, right? And then they're somebody's brother and sister, and then they're oftentimes somebody's parents. So uh, being in isn't just the person being in; it's other people involved. So the whatever we want to call like the Overton window or the overall opinion on guns in society. Uh, we just had a war for 20 something years, and that's a lot. That's I don't know if it's guaranteed to change the situation, but I think it could have influence in the situation. I just don't know how much, and if I don't think it has to be negative because I think it could also be that think about all the people that were involved in the global war on terror that had nothing to do with being on the front line. I mean, it's just a
Mhm.
shit ton of infrastructure, and all those people went through basic. They all know what an M16 can really do and how boring and lame it really is. They all know
Mhm.
how puny a 223 round really is. So I think one of the reasons we're the way we are is because so many people had to go to basic and understand that what they see in the movies is not what an M16 is.
Yeah,
And they
because
know what probably what even an M60, you know what I mean? Like an M60 doesn't like create fire down range. Even if you hit a gas tank, it's really hard to make it catch fire, like, and it doesn't explode ever. It's like that'd be awesome if shit happened like that, but it never actually does. The people that have actually pulled triggers on it know that.
yeah, I mean, but then you have the people that run for office and scream about how they're veterans, like my governor. And I'll go ahead and say it as gently as I can. As a naval aviator who flew helicopters, there are cops that touch their handgun more than she touched a firearm during her whole entire career.
Yeah,
They're
yeah,
mall cops. They're mall cops that have more to do with handguns than she ever had to do with anything. So that's another bad part of those people, that they're still scumbag politicians, you know? They're still scumbag politicians, and they're using themselves being veterans to give that dang, there's a term for it. When you go, well, as a veteran, and you use that authority bias. That's it.
yeah,
They're using the I'm a veteran as authority bias. Meanwhile, hey, Huff, I'm a veteran too that was in Marine Corps Aviation, and I know that you touched more baseball bats than you did AR-15s. Oh, excuse me, M16s while you ran. And I don't even know if she touched a baseball bat, but I guarantee you she didn't touch a long arm more than
right.
once a year, if that.
If that, because that's one of those things where it's like, at least for most of the people I know, it
Hmm.
taking like any kind of qualification, almost like driving, even is like, oh, it's time for your. I don't remember how. I can't even remember. I think that you could never remember how long a driver's license is in the army, but there's some amount of time, I'm sure. And at the end of that,
Hmm.
they're going to go up to the guy and go, "Hey, you got a blah blah blah. Your driver's license expired." They'll go, "Oh, I don't drive that." So they just either will go, "Oh, okay," and then just give him a requalify because he's never going to drive the thing anyway, but he needs to be qualified for his job.
Hmm.
And they're like, he's like, "Oh, I never tried that." And they're like, "Okay, click." He's requalified. Or
Yep.
they go, "Oh, then you don't need to be qualified." Click, and they take it off his thing, and he goes, "Okay." So
Hmm.
yeah, nobody. I mean, unless, but I was going to say, unless the person's like, "Oh, hot damn, I wanted to drive the new diesel 4x4, blah blah blah," and it's like, come on, let's take the rest of the day off, and you're going to be qualifying for the, it's a 1 hour test is going to take the rest of the 6 hour day because you want to go drive all the new 4x4 shit, because that's what it was like, at least in our motor pool. Like if you wanted, I had so many driver's licenses, dude. It's like you get no, I think you got a little line on the card or something, but essentially, anytime you wanted to, and they had time, you could go to the motor pool and go, get me qualified on whatever the next thing is. And we still had all these cars. Like back in the day before Humvees, it was just a bunch of GMC cars, things like, and you had to get
Yep.
qualified in each one. So like a Jeep was different than a GMC this or that, and that was different than a deuce and a half, and that's different than a 5 ton. So it's like, yeah, whenever I could, I'd go over there and get another driver's license. I mean, it's like drive it around. It's basically an hour test or something, and it's
Hmm.
all sixth grade. There's nothing in the army that's more than sixth grade. So you could literally go in there cold, take a test on and it's like how to drive a truck that's the same as every other truck. So you know the answers. And then you drive around for a while. And like I say, if the motor pool guy had nothing else to do, he'd just give you the keys and you just go drive around for the rest of the day in a deuce and a half or something and get paid for it, right? Technically.
Yep.
So anyway, that's what I'm sure that it was the other way around. If somebody was like, "Oh, I'm never driving the truck," they'd be like, "Yeah, no problem here. You're recertified," because nobody gave a shit. In
I
reality,
love it.
nobody gave.
I love it. I love it when you point out that everything in the military is designed for the lowest common denominator. I'm like, and people want to get offended. I'm like, where do you think your dumbass kid was going to go with that high school diploma from a crappy school system?
And be
Like,
able to function. It's not like you
yeah,
can't. If you're dumb in the army, like you're fine. Like you're good to go. Like there's rarely do you have to read anything, right? All you have to do is know how to be a normal person. So yeah. And I'm not
again,
saying
you
that in a
got to,
bad way. I'm saying that's like the best way. Like, it's actually probably really cool if you don't want to have to think about a bunch of shit.
look, compared to some countries, our soldiers are geniuses, all right? Yes, 100%. Compared to some countries, our freaking soldiers are geniuses. But, but, let's pump the brakes when we act as if You know, it takes Sheldon Cooper to run stuff. It's like,
It's like
no, everything. Go ahead, man.
I was just say it's like above the McDonald's or like the Idiocracy like thing where you got like the characters on the keyboard, which there probably are some characters on some keyboards, but like the picture of the cheeseburger on the keyboard.
Yeah,
Uh, and then somewhere between that and like a dental hygienist, like because there's probably doctor shit in the military, but most of the
yeah.
stuff is like the most you got to be is like a dental hygienist level of knowledge, right? And you're a genius in the military if you're that level.
So mine, I was a computer programmer, right? I wrote code. Um, I did that. We came up with stuff. It wasn't the most complicated, but again, it was one of the higher scoring MOSs, I guess, or whatever you want to call it, to get in. Yeah, it is. But it wasn't rocket science. It was, all right, we got to teach you this skill set. You have to be this good to get in. All right, cool. And you have to be able to learn.
Yeah, they just wanted aptitude, right? But then the other thing is, I knew people that had ambition, and they'd go like, "Yeah, sure, like you could try." I can't remember now. I knew a guy though that was a kind of an old guy to us, so he was probably like 40, but or maybe 30. Shit, I don't know. But he was an older guy, and he kept failing at different things, and they just let him keep trying because you know what I mean. Like nobody cared back then. It wasn't like they were pushing people out, and I can't remember anymore, but I remember that the guy, I can only vaguely remember that the guy had tried like 4 different schools and then uh, whatever. He had some issues where you couldn't get clearance. I always thought that was funny. They sent him all the way through Stinger school, Stinger missile school,
Hmm.
and then figured out he couldn't get top secret clearance. So like, okay, now you got to go to a different school. Because it's not like it's his fault. He didn't know till they try running it or whatever. But I just thought it was funny that they'll teach somebody something and then figure out if they can learn it.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Hey, look. Yeah.
They don't
It's like this ain't the job for you, Chief. But we got a job making big rocks and the little rocks out back. Well,
Well, it
one,
wasn't like
very
he was
few people.
stupid. He just couldn't pass the top secret. But
Look,
yeah,
let me tell you something. One of my requirements, I said it like that for a reason. To become a computer programmer, is you had to type 40 words a minute. And if you didn't type 40 words a minute, you had to go to remedial typing class, which was an actual class that you usually go into your first week and you'd learn to type the 40 words a minute and then you can go back. Well, my supply class, which I had to learn how marine aviation supply works, right? Because you have to learn how supply works and then marine aviation supply. And it goes back to using card readers with punch holes in them. Google it if you don't know what it is. It's really amazing. So you had to learn from that to computers, 8 weeks. And then you go to computer class where you actually learn to write the programming and do all that stuff. I spent 8 weeks in remedial typing class and never hit 40 words a minute. And they were like, you're at the top of your class, dude. Like you're the number one student in your class and you just can't get typing. Nope. All right. Don't worry about it. You passed. go go learn to program the computer.
yeah, seriously, go type it, whatever it is, like 38 words a minute instead of 40 or whatever.
Yeah, and that's what it was. I think as best as I got was 34. I don't know what it was. It's just a thing. Whatever the frig it was, I couldn't do it, but I was at the top of the class when it came to the information. Well, that crap is just an indicator to shift people out there. Look, you got to be able to type this fast, at least when you're ordering stuff. All right, well, I can hunt and peck at like 45, 50 words a minute, but I can't do the home row Mavis Beacon back straight, feet flat on the floor, never looking at the keyboard. I couldn't do it. How important was it? Not very, especially when you graduate and they go, yeah, we want to send you to the president's helicopter squadron because that's what we do with everybody that graduates at the top of their class. Because they only had, I think we graduated 1 or 2 classes a year, maybe one. Very small MOS. Very small MOS. So people were getting out more than they were staying in. You know what I mean?
Oh, cool.
It's still no bonus. Marine Corps. What did the friggin' commandant say? The last commandant? Well, the Marine Corps' bonus should be you have the glory of being a Marine.
Well, that is sort of the deal, right?
No, it's not goddamn deal. You never ask anybody but whatever voice he has in his damn head. Run it past some of us trying to make payments meet on that damn Trans Am with 75% interest that we bought outside the main gate as the 75th owner. That's an E3.
Well, I figure our recruiters, I mean, I don't know how it worked, but I'm assuming our recruiters either got credit or maybe clout or something whenever they didn't offer us shit, because I'm the guy who was like, hey, let me in, let me in, let me in, right? And then all the guy had to do is be like, where do you, what piece of paper should I pick up for you to sign, right? When I get in and I start talking to everybody, there was like early enlistment this, like MOS that, doing it, training here. Like I knew friends that were the same age as me, got in, and same army and stuff, just different states. But when you're in school, you all come together, and that's where you meet all these people. They're all the same age as me in the same circumstances to the most part. But then $10,000 bonus or like two $5,000 bonuses or something. And back then, that was a lot of money, especially like you're saying when you're a little kid. So all of them had cars, like tons of cars and car stereos. So I was super envious, and I was like, damn it. And then it was because I didn't know anybody to ask. I guess my friend in the Rangers, whatever, but he didn't give me that advice, or, it didn't come up or whatever. But aside from him, I didn't have like a big brother role model type of person to say, here's how recruiters work, here's what they're going to say, and here's what, like I said, I don't know if they get it really. We always kind of joke that they get an incentive to not give people bonuses, but I don't know if it's just, I have no idea what the mechanism is, but there's definitely a difference when you've got somebody on your side that's going to say, hey, when you go in there, ask them, how many people are enlisting in this? Like, what bonuses might be available? And if I did this instead, what bonuses would be available? That kind of thing. Because they'll send you to school. If you get ASVAB, like I didn't want to do medical, but I scored enough where they were like, you want to do medical? And you can come out with medical training. You should do medical. I don't know if I did. I mean, I guess hindsight, whatever. But I didn't want to go down that path. I didn't want to be medical for my life, for my career. So I didn't feel like it was worth going in to learn it. Plus, I grew up around it, so I kind of felt like, I know enough to be useful, but I know enough that I'm satisfied. Like I don't know how to maybe stick a knife in somebody's throat to help them breathe, but I know when they need to do that, and I probably could do it if I had to or something. But you know what I mean? I wasn't like that level, but at the same time, yeah, I was confident that like I could help people do stuff or whatever. But anyway, for that kind of thing, like you figure when you're going to do medical, they might just dangle the medical training in front of you, and you may not realize that they need nurses or something, or they need something, and if you do this, then you can get an extra something bonus, or you could say I'll hold out and get twice the training or something first. So I mean, there's all kinds of stuff that you can, if you know what you're doing. And I didn't know any of this really until I was in, and I heard what other people did. And then a lot was listening to this stuff currently, like listen to these guys talk about their origin stories, how they enlisted and stuff. And it's like, oh man, there's so many creative and interesting ways. Like there's definitely not like one on ramp. Like they make it kind of seem like you go in and have this one path through a recruiter. There's like a billion different ways to get into the military.
Yeah, I mean, there's well, no one really talks about it, right? The recruiters, when they talk. So my friend Sean, he National Guard. That's my boy. Um, he taught a lot. That was his thing, was giving knowledge to people. He always loves doing that, and giving knowledge to people and telling them what's to come, how best to do this. I mean, he still does it to me. Hey, you need to look into getting this certification, this certification. Look into Sigma Six and doing this. And he was like, because it helps. So when it comes to telling people about the military and how to get ahead, most people, that their job, quote unquote, is to teach that to a unit, like on the National Guard level, like tell them what MOS is or what retirement or what benefits even being a member. Most dudes phone it in. He did the research. Now, this isn't coming from me as his friend because that's what he told me. This is what's weird. It's coming from dudes I work with that also serve in the National Guard that didn't know I knew him and were having a conversation about the cool ass officer that taught them over the weekend. How crazy is that? That they were just having a conversation about the dude that came in and actually cared and told them how to do this, this, and this, and how to get discounts here and there, and how to use their veterans benefits to do this, this, and this. I didn't even bother telling them that, that's my best friend and I've known him since he was in 10th grade. And that's what he does. So yeah, units could use that and then you could find out stuff like that. But most officers call that crap in. They phone it in. I don't care. Big boy. Or they don't know it themselves. Think about how your attitude about a lot of things in the military would have changed if you'd have had more information to figure out how it could be advantageous to you.
Well, okay, yes, for sure. But as an old guy, I also figure I probably would have been like, fuck you, even if it was me telling me, you know what I mean? Like, I'm old me coming back to tell you, I'd have been like, fuck you, don't tell me what to do. Because I was a dumbass.
Yeah, well, dumbass. Listen, if you're gonna be dumb, you got to be tough. There's a reason that's a song.
Yeah. I'm not saying I made all the right decisions, but I made them.
Hey, bro, people made them, and and it's funny because people like, oh man, don't you wish you could go back? Listen, my bad decision or my good decision both led to me to where I'm standing right now. Who knows if I changed one, what would have happened? Who knows if you would have zigged left instead of right, whether you would have been in a rollover and checked out and be one of those peacetime casualties that you read about every now and again. You don't know. So, look, lead your life, try to make the best decisions you can, and be happy with what you have.
So that quote going right into what Pat Rat is saying, he says, I always love the guys that came in general and then complained about the job they got. And for people that don't know, that's the thing. Like, there are people that, yeah, I'll do whatever the Army needs or the Navy. Like, that's the thing, is I just want to see the world.
Open contract. Open contract is what we call it. I don't know.
And I do know like a couple of people that did that. And one of the guys was Air Force, and he's like, I just want to be a pilot, and I'm gonna jump. And then, oh man, and then not really. No, that guy, the pilots actually probably went in. I think there was a guy that I don't actually know that much about it, but anyway, I do know a guy that went in an army like that. And guess what he was? An infantry. Guess what?
Yeah.
They happen to need some infantry. What do you know?
That's
Which
hilarious.
I guess is fine. It's just like, shooting a mortar or whatever. Like, I've known people that did that shit and they have perfectly fine lives and shit. They did something else though, you know what I mean? There's like no job opportunities for mortaring or shooting rockets out of one of them, like cool armored vehicles or something. Like, I knew a guy that did weather. I bet you he could have used weather outside, but I don't know what Army weather is compared to TV news weather. Actually, there's probably shit tons of use for weather. What am I saying? Probably like oil. Probably uses weather all the time. Airports. Yeah, there's probably tons of weather. But yeah, that's a thing. I definitely knew people in basic, because in basic you meet everybody who's doing all kinds of different things, and in there I met people that were like, yeah, I didn't have any. Mostly the people looking for money, right? Looking to have something to do with their lives, like which was what your quote there, right? Like, you're gonna live your life, have an adventure.
Oh, dude. So we have the podcast tomorrow, Locked, Cocked, and Unfiltered. So we're talking about what's going on, right? We're talking about different topics we can speak of, and we're going to be talking about, I guess, Pam Bondi getting fired.
Okay.
I have no idea why Pam Bondi got fired, but I'm not assuming it's because she's horrible at Second Amendment stuff. So, like, I
Yeah,
have
Trump
no,
was like, I heard that you've been doing bad for the gun owners, so you're out of here. I don't
yeah,
think that's
yeah.
what happened.
I somehow don't feel that happened. I'm like, so I have no clue why this chick got fired. I just know she was, I mean, in my opinion, politically, she's not pro freedom. As I heard her talk about things like controlling what you say on the internet, she was a fan of that and penalizing people. She was a fan of she floated the whole thing about taking gun rights away from trans people. I'm like, and then of course she's pro red flag and pro people like under 18 not being, excuse me, under 21 not being able to own firearms, and she's pro red flag. Yeah, the most pro 2A administration we've ever known. It's horrible with being pro 2A. And I got a bunch of pushback from some friends of mine, and I'm not going to say they're not friends of mine. It was just we have a difference of opinion. They're like, oh, but the Bruin decision, and he put in four Supreme Court three Gorsuch, Kavanaugh. I forgot that lady's name with the three names, the white one, Tony Barrett. Oh, they're pro gun, bro. They're as pro gun as Donald Trump is. They're iffy on the pro gun side. There's not a given when something comes in front of them that they're going to go. Thomas is pro gun. Those people are iffy.
Well, honestly, I don't know if any of the justices are pro-gun as much as they're
No,
either
pro two.
pro-freedom or they're not as scared of guns and they're willing
Yeah.
to be open-minded. But I don't think, I mean, I can't think of any of them that are like,
So my
hanging out with
issue is
anybody who
this,
shoots or anything like that.
because people are like, "Oh, that's the problem with Second Amendment advocates. You want perfect people." I'm like, "Look, hey, look," and I'm not even going to be insulting, but it's a little frustrating to me because when I point out that we're happy when we get crumbs, when somebody's not blatantly, fervently foaming at the mouth anti-gun, we somehow think we have a reasonable person in the room and we have a win. I'm like, no, this is your civil right, and you don't act like it. You harp the words, but you don't act as if it's actual civil right. Maybe it's just my perspective being a black dude, knowing I'm the first generation to have them all, to actually be born with them all, that I am fervently pushing back against anyone trying to take them. And I see someone who's not fighting for them, who just wants to be even-handed and understanding, as a piece of shit too. Sorry. Would I expect someone that's pro 2A from the bad, what is it? The most pro 2A administration in history, or whatever he says, is for them to be as fervently pro 2A as the antis are against it. Yeah, I want to see a pro 2A Second Amendment organization, whatever that crap Biden put in the White House that was anti gun. Yeah, I want to see Diana Mueller, uh, Diana Mueller, the guys from FPC, SAF, Rosie, and my guys from CNJFO. I want them to be hanging out in the White House every month, like pointing out with meetings with Trump and his administration about how to be pro gun. Because that's how you move an Overton window, by being extreme. You don't do it by meeting people halfway or being understanding when you're in power. That's what
Well,
I'm
but
talking
I think a truly effective somebody at the level of president, which actually I think it could fall into their realm. I guess I'm no expert or whatever, but uh, with their clout and their reach and their power and uh, everything else they've got going for them, they could, instead of saying like what you said, what Biden did with his stupid propaganda thing, and then and not doing the opposite of that, but instead making a, what do they call it when they create like didn't Trump just make a peace thing, like a peace summit or something, but make like an actual understanding, an opportunity for understanding where you bring the people together, not just to fight with each other, like you're saying, not just to compromise on something, but instead to actually listen to each other. And so that, you know what I mean? Like people who need to be heard get heard, and the information gets out there. Uh, and then maybe some sort of ongoing thing. But instead of just saying like, here's the representatives from this side or here's the representatives from that side, like
about.
instead say, maybe a summit. Like, let's bring everybody together and give them an opportunity to move this thing along.
Again, see, uh, I'm an extremist when it comes to this. You know what I mean? I'm an extremist when I come to this. And I know there is no, when there's billionaires peddling the other side and pushing an agenda of civilian disarmament, there is no conversation you're going to have with the people behind it to make that stop. So would you, and this is again
Well, I don't
me,
think that's true. I don't think that's has to be the goal, though. Like, you can't. It would be changing his mind, right? Like his reasoning for doing it, or
it's
his
not.
incentive or something. But that's a different
So,
thing.
yeah, my whole reason is that that's never going to stop because that's being funded. So, to me, you have to push from the other side with the TV show, and you need to break it off in them when they start pushing a political agenda. Oh, so you're going to do that now? We're pushing propaganda. All right, cool. Whatever you're getting, we're fine in that. You can't push a political agenda without actually announcing on the show stars that that's what you're doing. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, no, announce that bull crap when it's this blatant, and I know you're getting a check from the other side to push an agenda. Like that kind of stuff. Be crazy with it, be creative with it, but also look, let people know that they have. Most people don't see that. Many people didn't know that the U.S. military funded some of your favorite movies. You know, oh yeah, Top Gun, yeah, the
Well, like
military.
when you say like Top Gun, that's pretty obvious, like because they can't.
But
But then when you get into
some
other
people,
ones that are less like obvious
yeah,
or that have more going on, like the spy ones and shit, then it's like, oh, interesting.
yeah, but when you have people who are outside of government pushing an agenda by funding an entire industry, needs to be pointed out. And truthfully, much like when you pointed out that, hey, Facebook and social media can't be doing things like banning you from speaking, but only if you on this side of an issue, then you're into editing and journalism, and it's not about freedom of, you know what I mean? Like, what are you doing?
Well, it's not.
So
There's no freedom of speech on the socials. Yeah, there's
no, but
definitely.
it's not about that. It's you guys are pushing an agenda in social media through social media. Then I think they changes the category they're in from, oh no, we're not manipulating it. No, no, yes, you are, and thereby you're generating news. I forgot what it was, but it was a whole debate when Mark Zuckerberg had to go testify and what they do or what are they doing and how they're doing it without letting people know. Yeah, they're manipulating the message and shutting people down and canceling accounts because they're pushing this agenda. Which thank God it all went away when they cured COVID, and we don't have to worry about that anymore.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, I actually said that at the lunch table with a bunch of progressives that I work with when they were talking about what trouble they had getting into the room with their wives or family members or stuff doing COVID and all the hoops. Oh yeah, I couldn't even be there with my kid. If I would have left a room when my kid was born, they weren't gonna let me back in the room. One of the guys said he was there as his wife was having a baby, but he couldn't leave the room because of COVID fears. And I just said it loud enough that everybody at the table heard me, but without saying anything else. Yeah, thank God they cured it so we don't have to worry about it anymore. As we're all sitting elbow to elbow eating pizza on his last day there. And it's like, ooh, yeah, Tony got to dig in and I left it alone. But I had to point it out that you were lied to and manipulated through your media, through your politicians, through everything. And the same thing is going on with the Second Amendment, including, in my opinion, the failure of Trump to actually be as pro 2A as even he implied that he was going to be, even going into this term when he said he was getting rid of all of Joe Biden's EOs on the Second Amendment, and he didn't.
So I'm going to ask something that. All right, so you've got the kids that are I'm going to call them the screen generation because I don't know if they're Z's or Gen Z or if they're Gen Alpha maybe, but the kids that are kids. So right now, let's see, it's 26. So in 20, they would have been, let's say, 10 or 12 or 15 or something. So that
Mm-hmm.
now they're 21. They're becoming like aware of what's going on in the world. And in 20, they would have been at the 100% reliant on their parents still. So they would have only been along for the ride during 20. Is it going to be possible for somebody, because I can't imagine a kid who's like, oh, I'm talking a kid who's 15 and 20. And so in 2020, a kid is 15 years old. That kid has to be super savvy, has to be sarcastic as hell, has to be callous, and you know what I mean? Like they're got to be world savvy compared to what we were at 15 because we think we're so
Actually,
good
no.
or whatever. Well, I'm just
Actually,
saying, like, as far as like figuring shit out and understanding stuff,
so
so
what
that
I'm
we'll,
hearing from people, what I'm hearing from parents of these kids, and again, this is the people I work with, dude. So, take it with a grain of salt. But I work with a lot of people who had kids in school that whole not socializing. You know what I mean? Being homeschooled for like 3 years. I mean, not homeschool, but doing it through the freaking computer
yeah, having to do
kind of
all kinds of weird stuff.
mess them up. It was not a positive when it comes to interaction or how they handle things or even their problem solving because of the things that kind of, the negative side that people often over exaggerate about homeschool kids kind of happened because that generation for what, about 3 years? That generation during that formative part had the negative part of homeschooling and the negative part of a regular school.
Right, right. And they had to, and whatever they experienced, I'm saying when I was trying to say they're savvy, like whatever they're experiencing, they know what everybody else is experiencing also. So they can compare immediately in real time what's going on with them and what's happening other places if they choose to. I'm
Oh,
saying. But what
I
I
don't
guess I
know.
was going at is that
Mhm.
so now it's a couple years later and they're getting to be standing on their own 2 feet at some point here, and we can say like, oh, this generation will take longer than our generation, but whatever, right? Like at some point
Yeah,
they're going to be
stop.
standing on their own two
Yeah.
feet and then when they do, are they going to be looking back and going, we will never fall for that shit that our fucking dumbass parents
Oh,
fell for? Or are
yeah.
they going to be really susceptible to fall for this shit and be like, the first time the wind blows, they're all putting their masks back on and we're all standing 7 feet away from each other?
So I think now this is going by, it's weird because I got to go into COVID with a 19-year-old and a 22-year-old as my coworkers. You know what I mean? Like in my office, they worked for me. So I
Right.
saw them every day. We worked together every day, and it was just the three of us in our own world, the way my job works. So, no, they are some bitter 1980s bitches. At least that they are not taking anybody at their word. They distrust everybody, and they are
Right.
sarcastic as we are, if not worse. And it's the greatest freaking thing to see because I thought that shit was dead if I listened to social media. So it
But I
is
think you
not.
need that with social media, right? You got to be able to not give a fuck. And
Yep.
people that it seems like, whatever. But I'm glad to hear that. But that's a little bit older than I was thinking because I'm thinking of the kids that
Yes.
had to be
And
along
you're
for the ride
right.
sitting in the back seat. Like they got to be fuming as they were watching
You're
this
right.
shit. They have to comply. And when they get done complying, like they're never going to fucking comply again. At least I hope.
But understand, and I get it because you're right. What I gave an example of was a 19-year-old in 1920, right? I mean, excuse me, 2020, 2021. It was a 19 and a 20-something year old early. But those were the older brothers of the kids that were there. And their brothers and sisters were just like them. Like, not
Yeah.
pusses, even
No,
though you still
aware.
think your little brother's a puss, but they were more aware because they had. See, we think it's our generation that has to talk to the kids, and there's that. But no, it's their older brothers and sisters that are in the 18 to 24 in 1920 in 2020 that were talking to them, and they
Yeah.
were bringing the same heat that we used to. So I think there's hope. I don't think they'll be freaking slapping the mask on until they get older. Because understand that they caught a bunch of people that were suckers and still believe the government. Because it was
There
not
was no reason not to for a lot of people.
for a lot of people. There's no reason not to because they weren't the Vietnam generation, they weren't the hippies. The hippies changed up, and all of a sudden, the same people that says never trust the government were the one telling you to put on a mask or you're going to kill grandma,
I
right?
think
Like they changed.
I say this all the time, or I've said it before. I shouldn't say it all the time. I've said it before, but if you haven't served in some sort of government thing, like you don't have to be in the military. I'm sure the post office is the same way. But if you've
Hmm.
ever worked in the government, which is a uniquely massive bureaucracy, and then
Hmm.
you see like every once in a while in the movies, or somebody will make fun of the post office, so people understand the bureaucracy. But I think there is a difference between looking at it in movies and then having like seriously like once you're in a bureaucracy, like whatever it is, for us it was the military, right? I think probably a couple other times I must have worked. Have I ever worked for the government? I think, yeah, I worked for the Forest Service or something. So I've worked for the government a couple of times in different ways or whatever. In both ways, it's like if your paycheck gets screwed up, you're screwed. Like you're just screwed sometimes. And then other times, like we were saying, like you know, there's all these different stories. But because
Hmm.
it's such a massive thing, and you're so intimately like involved with it because you're vulnerable to it, because you basically sign yourself over when you're in one of these things, and you have to get intimately involved with certain parts of it sometimes, like medical. Like if you get sick or something in the military, you're going to get really involved with that aspect of it and just know a
Hmm.
lot more about it than somebody who never got sick. So anyway, that being said, you get out of this experience. I'm never going to trust government because I know how many sons of bitches hide in the
Hmm.
bureaucracy and they get passed around because they're like, it's like having tenure of a teacher or something. When there's a bad teacher, they just pass them around, or a bad cop. Like this happens all the fucking
Yep.
time. So there's no way I'm going to trust government just from that level. And it's not because
Hmm.
I distrust government or I have a problem with democracy or Republicans or something or shit like that. Like, no, it's because it's just inherent that when you have this thing that's that big, there's places that the bad people are going to go, and they don't have to be evil. They're just lazy assholes. They're going to go hide in corners that other people can't do nothing about or won't do nothing about. And now we're screwed because we're paying them a pension forever. They're probably making a shit ton of money. They might be doing something crooked or not, but whatever. There's so many of those parasites that I'm just never going to sign on to, like, yeah, let's do everything through the government. And people that have
Nope.
never done that, they think the government is going to fairly take your money and distribute it to them. Like, that's just a
Yeah.
mechanism. And I'm like, no, it would be perfect in some perfect world, maybe, but we don't live in that perfect world.
Yeah. And when you tell them that, they I'm like, how do you sit there and watch all the entertainment every night on television, on your freaking phone, with your whatever, the frick streaming service? Every show is about how government sucks, government shifty, government behind this, and somehow in real life you think they're okay. Like you can't put together
Or
the
that's like
spring.
there's nothing else you can do when there is, there is
Yeah.
things besides burning it all down. There's lots of things that can be done. And a lot of it is
Hmm.
as simple as Packrat said in there earlier, running for something, run for an office. And I think that Rebecca Schmoy is stepping down. Did you get that
Oh, she
impression, or
is.
do you know anything?
Oh no, I haven't. I've seen she's been commenting on stuff. I haven't checked it out.
I only saw a post about something that sounded something like it was a great run, or like it had been a good amount of time, and I was, the way it sounded, I was like, it didn't sound like I am leaving. It sounded like that decision was already made and I'm talking about something else. But anyway, so I was like, oh shit. And I didn't, when I was scrolling, I didn't stop and go back and verify by looking for an actual post or anything. So I don't know if she just didn't run again, or maybe she got voted out, or I have no idea. But I don't remember seeing anything like I'm running again, because when she does run, I am subscribed to her, so I usually see the stuff that says I'm running again. So it's possible that she's just done her thing. But anyway, I'm going to continue to use her as an example of somebody who just got up there and did something for real
Yeah,
for a number of
she's.
years.
But understand, Rebecca didn't get in this to be a lifetime politician. So if she's going to
No,
walk away, she's achieved what she wanted to, or they're trying to make her compromise herself. And she's straight up, "F you guys, I'm going home."
I
Uh,
can see that. Yeah.
yeah, because she, man, truthfully, you mess around too hard, she might say it on the floor because Rebecca is not shy. So, so if she's walking away, Kansas is in trouble. Just
And I
saying.
don't want to start shit. Like, I have no idea. I could probably go look before I start saying anything else. But I
That's all
just
right. I mean,
vaguely
although
what I
I
said
want people to
first.
know that Rebecca Schmoyer, Kansas 59th District, is a Second Amendment advocate, activist that started A Million Moms Against Gun Control. And she would meet with her politicians regularly to the point they knew her. And they knew if they proposed, touched anything, she was going to be there. And I think it was multiple hours to get to her state capitol, and she would drive it. Well, her representative stepped down, and she was like, "Well, who am I going to see, to come here and keep you people running in a straight line?" And they were like, "We don't have anybody. Would you like to run?" And she was not flat-footed by this, but she saw that as an opportunity. Hell, I don't have to go visit anybody because I'm that person. So she talked to her family, she talked to her job, and everybody was supportive of it. And she put it out there that she was willing to run. But if they don't feel she's doing a good job, she's out of there. And she put her money where her mouth is and her experience where her mouth is, and she did the thing.
All right, I'm gonna take all that back because if I'm reading the post that I thought I was reading, it doesn't even come close to sounding like what I thought. It says, "Good reminders surround me on the long days in the Capitol." So I think she's just saying thank you to people who sent her like little knickknacks and awards and stuff. I must have been out of my mind or something when I read that because it doesn't read anything like that. So I take all that back.
Okay, cool.
But like you just said, there's no reason she's going to have to be there forever. She didn't sign on for life. So at some point, something might come up, or she might just decide not to. But like I'm going to say again, I'll use her as an example and encourage anybody who has the interest or the inkling or whatever. Because the thing is, people get called to service from all different kinds of reasons, right? And
Hmm.
that's a great way to act on that call.
Yeah, and it's a heck of a look. I'm not doing it. I'm never doing it.
No,
Understand, and I'll say it slowly.
it's never. They say never say never.
No, my wife told me I wasn't doing it and not
Oh,
being with her at the same time. So yeah, it's a never.
I got you.
Because those people were scum. Okay, I'm in Jersey. I've watched them. I've seen the things they've done. I've seen the things they said. I've seen the people they accept and the things they accept happening. The theft, the sexual assault, the all of that. Oh, Tony, why are you bringing that? Because it's real and other people won't because you think I'm being partisan. But I'm telling you, Epstein Island, it wasn't a one off. And that behavior didn't go away. It's happening in your state capital because it's happening in mine. And it's definitely happening in DC. And they all know it. They know who's who and they know what's what. So I don't want to be involved in this because when you lay down with was it when you lay down with dogs, you get up with fleas? I don't want to be around people like that. And it my last time testifying, because I tell people all the time, I really feel you should testify in your Senate and in your assembly for something you believe in. I'm not even telling you what to do. But if you're a Second Amendment advocate, go there and see how the sausage is made. I've gone down. It disgusts me. I hate being in the room with them because they're garbage to me. I don't. Hopefully, I expressed my feelings enough on how I feel about them as human beings. So no, I don't want to be near them. I want to do what I'm doing to encourage you to be part of the process to learn it on your own, and maybe you'll get there and you'll become Rebecca Schmoy. Maybe you'll become Ava Fennell, and you'll take it up upon yourself to actually join and make a change on that end. What I'm trying to do is make people aware of it, aware of the dirt bags, and then you can change it yourself. And if you don't know how civics work, hey, visit blackgunsmatter.com,
Yeah.
type in civics, and you can learn that lesson from Maj Toure, Second Amendment advocate. My whole thing is I want to make people aware and educated enough that they can make that choice, but participate in the political process more than once. Do it on your local level, do it on your state level. If you can do it on the national level, awesome. but I've done it and I feel better. My time's better used instead of taking a day off and going down there and get 3 minutes to speak in front of people that are not interested in what I'm having to say. I can take that same day off and introduce 20 plus people to firearms, the Second Amendment, let them meet real gun owners and bring them to a range and have them feel like, wow, I've been lied to my whole life. This dude is cool. This range is awesome. And these people are really nice. And I'm definitely coming back and telling my friends about it. That's a better use of my time.
I don't want to be contrary, but I always want to throw this out there that I don't want to discourage people from doing that.
Hmm.
Doing the testimonials and that kind of thing. One, they're making it a little easier nowadays because it seems like they're at least allowing whatever, doing it through the computer.
Hmm.
But even more so, it's more relevant, I guess. It's more more significant or whatever, poignant. I don't know what the word is for when you show up, especially when you spend, like, there's been times over the years of doing stuff live and watching people where people have showed up for a testimonial for a bill or to either push something like constitutional carry through or something like that, or even just concealed carry back in the day, or something else, maybe to defend against something. But when somebody sits there for like 11 hours or like 7 hours, or even 10 hours, or I mean, even 4 hours or something, like even something that can technically be considered reasonable. But still, that's sitting there for that many hours. You still got travel time and taking the day off work, sometimes multiple days. And these aren't activists; these are just people that wanted to show up and be
Hmm.
part of it. One, I think that there is definitely the impact that is made by the humans, like the representatives that have to literally show up for 3 days instead of 30 minutes because so many people showed up. Like, that shows them it's hard for them to understand, to acknowledge that it's to disregard that many people. That they don't have to agree, but they have to acknowledge that many people. They're going to see that there's a lot of resistance. So there's something to that. But the reason I'm bringing all this up again is, or the reason I'm pausing to talk about all this is, I really think that with AI and the way that the internet's going, or not the internet, but the way the technology is going, I guess, it won't be long before somebody will set their sights on as a project for school or like some sort of way to make money or just as an interesting thing. Somebody will take their sights with one of their robots and have it go back and sniff or scrape, I guess would be the accurate word. Go back and scrape all the data from, topic or state or whatever. And once that starts to happen and people start to get the information from that data. So in other words, if you could go back in time and look at all the different gun debates and get some kind of John Lott type analytic from that, that might be interesting, and that might encourage people to understand that gun owners have always been here. It's just that we get bullied by very loud minority of people, like you say, I always say, that are getting paid by Bloomberg. So, they're really good at their media, so they can make a small number of people sound really large. And I'm thinking that, one way to illustrate that would be to show, like, when Texas, I'm thinking of Texas for some reason, when Texas did theirs, it was like an 11-hour worth of testimonials for, I think it was for concealed carry or true concealed carry. I think maybe it was constitutional carry. But so many people showed up. There was like 11 hours. And the people that showed up from the red shirts, Mom's
Hmm.
Demand, had the same
Hmm.
like 4 talking points. And it was
Yep.
comical because it was like, the very few of them showed up. But when they did, it was always the same things. And I think it was like 83% of Texans agree that all guns suck. And we were
Hmm.
just all laughing. And we ended up making a mockery of that, like 83%, because every one of them said it. And they just made up that number from somewhere. But I think
Yep.
that if you were to be able to get like that little snippet from all the different times, imagine how many times that's happened in all the different states where it's happened. And I think AIs and robots will be able to sniff out or
Point it
scrape
out.
out all that data and then put
Hmm.
it into a format that we can absorb it, some kind of some kind of an infographic. That'll be an interesting thing. So that's why I want to encourage people. It might seem like you're wasting your time, But just like
Mm-mm.
those people that did shit back in old days of history, back in the black and white days, right? Of history. But seriously, like all the fucking people that really did shit that had to just know that maybe this'll, that maybe had to have faith that maybe
Yep.
this'll be worthwhile in the future. Somebody will benefit from this. I
Mm-hmm.
just want to give people that encouragement.
100%. I mean, that's what I say every time. Go. See it. Do it. Don't sit there and go, well, Tony said it sucked. Yeah, it sucked for me, but it might light a fire under your ass that you do what I did, but as in, oh, I'm going to run. Oh, screw that. You're not going to blow me off. Or you're not going to sit here and tell lies like that. If I was behind the desk, I'd call you on it, whether you're testifying or not. So
And it
it
doesn't
can
have to be
affect,
like I get behind the desk, but I can sure as hell give $50 to the next person who
it
challenges
can
your
be,
speed.
it can be anything. So that's why don't go, well, Tony said it sucks and I'm not going to do it because he's, no, I'm doing something totally different. I didn't go, yeah, I'm not doing this, and that's the end of what I do. I'm like, I'm gonna do an alternative to this because this part ain't for me. Me taking that time and burning those hours up to have a 3-minute speech and understand it's not that I sat down and just talked for 3 minutes. I wrote and rewrote, I timed it, I did all kinds of things so I could have talking points. And then I look up as I'm speaking and they're ordering food off of DoorDash and playing video games on their phone. Some got up and walked out and came back in. So, no, that's not for me. Now, if I was doing what a friend of mine did, he was recording it for his social media. So he wasn't even talking to those people in the room as his main audience. What he was doing was talking so he could clip it up and post it online and actually motivate others with his speech. Totally different.
Imagine having that speech from over your shoulder. You're speaking to their whatever you call like that committee, the
Uh-huh.
thing, whatever. And then what they're seeing from over your shoulder is like you're saying, playing on the phone, ordering DoorDash, having something
Yep.
delivered, drinking like and complaining about their soda has too much ice in it, and then
Yep.
somebody's walking out and shit. And yeah, as you're doing this thought out plea to the subject of the hand or whatever.
Oh yeah, that'd be great. I mean, again, now with better cameras, and things like that, people can do it because back then, I mean, I had the cell phone, but really wasn't zooming in, and I don't even remember if we took it. Yeah, did we? I don't remember if I had a cell phone in there, but because of course, state police, there pats us down as we go in.
But I also think there's whatever the advantage of having numbers, the strength of numbers is that you don't have to have everyone there all the time. Like it's nice if everyone can show up when you need to, but the way that you make that realistically possible is that some people show up every once in a while. And I like to use the example of Santa Fe, New Mexico, where they had a rally. The first time I went to it, it was a learning experience because it's an old town with tiny little roads and very little parking. And the first rally, this because there was an era there where rallies were happening. And for me, I was traveling. So for me, it was really just another reason to get out on the road. So I jumped over to check out a rally that was happening in Albuquerque, or I keep saying Albuquerque, in Santa Fe. And that first one I went to, like I say, it was real eye opening, right? The second one I went to, I don't think it was the next year, but I think the next one I went to was a couple of years later. And not only was I 100% better prepared for it because I knew what to expect and where to park and
Hmm.
all that. And, I knew what was coming. And I knew I could time everything better. I knew everything about it better. But they had the rally itself had like improved like 1,000x. And
Yep.
some of the stuff that I was saying, like it's hard to park. Well, guess what? They just had gun shops nearby or just actually businesses that were gun friendly nearby say park here and we'll have a shuttle. And I don't know if somebody paid for the shuttle, but that's perfect use for some 3-letter organization to throw a couple $100 at a shuttle for the afternoon, and then people could park over here at a gun shop where somebody's watching their car, and then they get shuttled back and forth to the actual event. And the event itself went from a bunch of people kind of standing around looking at each other, a couple of people holding signs, to just more organized, just a better um, use of the area. And almost, well, you've seen it, like with the thing that happened in Phoenix that you came out to.
Hmm. Hmm.
The first years that happened, it was everybody just standing around in the grass. And then as Cheryl like got better and better, I don't know if she organized it, but her and others that organized it got better at doing it. It became more and more of a polished event that people knew
Yeah, I mean,
when
it
you go
takes.
there, you know what's so going on, and when somebody looks at it, they don't just think it's a picnic. They can go, "Oh, that's some kind of rally."
Well, it's always funny that people try to act as if this thing happened in the vacuum and it's got to be perfect every time. And I'm like, no, I mean, it has to grow and move. But as I was sitting there, I was like, this is not good. Not because, well, I felt it was ineffective, but I felt gross, like being there with them. You know what I mean? It was like, ew, I don't like you people. Like I really don't. And the great part was hanging out with my friends afterwards as Second Amendment advocates, and we all, talked and that whole thing. But I can do that at other things. Like, we're out of here. I am not doing this. But there's an advantage, and again, the numbers. Now we were testifying because there were over 200 of us, by the way, that came and testified that day that they tried to cut us off in every way. Oh well, we're gonna go to lunch. No, no, we're not. No one's going to lunch. We ain't leaving here. So you cannot let us back in. Oh, we got to end it soon because it's the end of the day. No, I came here to testify. It ain't my fault. There's 200 of us.
Yeah,
Like you tried,
and
you tried to get rid of us in the first place by only giving us 1 day warning. They told us on a Friday that they were testifying on Monday. Well, ain't that a mother effer? When did the other side know? I guarantee you they knew in enough time to not go, hey boss, I know it's the end of the day Friday, but I need to take Monday off. So yeah, my whole thing is it all set up, and that's what made me feel like, you know what, you got this little part. I'm going to try to affect the other way. I'm going to try to get your ass out in the primary by letting people know who vote for your side that you're full of crap and you're killing their civil rights. And one way to effectively get rid of you is to vote in the primaries for somebody that's actually pro 2A.
what I like about that is we don't have, I don't know, for whatever reason, because it's not on topic, I guess. We don't talk about that kind of stuff, political strategies or whatever. But what I liked about the idea when somebody brought it up back in the day about the primary concept is that you don't necessarily have to win the primary against the person who you're trying to like create, have an effect on and put pressure on. You can just show that there's other people out there that could do the job or something. You know what I mean? There's like lots of messages. I guess the message doesn't matter, but the idea is that if you can primary them, they don't necessarily have to lose the election. So it's not like you're. I think sometimes at least for me, at least when I first heard the term, I assumed it meant stop the person from being elected, which to me meant, so what, you're going to give it to the other party? Like that doesn't make sense, because if one party likes guns and the other party hates guns, why the hell would you give it to the other party just to, because you didn't like how, whatever. But the thing is that you're not necessarily doing that. That's not the only result, or that's not necessarily the result of primarying them, right? Like you can primary them, essentially showing them like, hey, your support can be split. And
Hmm.
then once they understand that the reason you're doing that is because of this issue, then that's enough to show them like, oh crap, they mean business. Boom, all of a sudden they're back on your issue the way that the representative is supposed to be. And I don't know if it's necessarily, I'm not going to say that it's like the worst thing ever in our society, and our system is broken because of it, because what the hell, like how else are you supposed to let a representative know? You're going to raise your hand, and then you're going to stand up, and then you're going to shout, and if they kick you out, you're going to get a bunch of people together outside the door, right? Like you're going to let somebody know that they're not representing you. So I could see that being a method of applying pressure, I guess, because they could still ignore you, right? Like it's not like you're doing anything. I don't know, the word is like negative.
Well, so that's what Brandon Herrera tried to do with Tony, whatever the heck his name is in Texas, when he took him to the primary. And supposedly the conversation afterwards was, all right, I learned, if I don't do my job and listen to my constituents, somebody can run me in the primary and we spent millions of dollars to win. I learned my lesson. Then, of course, immediately he went to Washington and started, voting for gun control. And that's why one of the reasons he got his ass beat this election, because he was given a chance. And people knew Brandon Herrera came within 500 votes of freaking winning last time. So he was going to win this time, too. And he did. I think, right? Yeah, he won.
Yeah.
Or did the other guy step down? He won, right?
No, well, I mean, he won. If the other guy stepped down, it was after the votes were being counted.
Yeah.
He tried to get some kind of, whatever out of it, face out of it.
Oh, he said he was. Yeah, he was staying until the end, and then he was done, or whatever. I don't know what. But yeah, you can show them. Yeah, this is not a free ride. This is not guaranteed, or at least to be painless, because your side may go. You know what? He's not worth keeping around. We're not going to lose it to, and then this is a Jersey centric. We're not going to lose this to a Republican, but we will if they don't vote for him come November. If it's important enough for them to try to primary him, they might not vote for him come November. Or the Democratic Party, again, I'm talking New Jersey, would have to spend a lot more money in the fight against the Republican come November. And they might start calculating that it's easier to replace the representative that's anti 2A, especially if it happens in a lot of places at once, not just one district or one district. If it happens in multiple districts and they're looking at, yo, we're going to lose a lot of money in this state just trying to hold on to seats of anti 2A Democrats, when it seems the Democratic constituents there have learned if you're not pro 2A, they don't want you there if you're not a pro 2A Democrat. And Republicans aren't so right wing in New Jersey anyway. Like, it could cause a shift. And that would scare the crap out of them nationwide, because now they're hip to the cheat code. And I think more and more people are learning that there is no difference, especially in states like Jersey that's really, really blue. There's little difference between Democrat and Republican. Right now, because they've painted the president off as being so very divisive.
Well, it used to be like that in, I don't know what states, but I know it used to be like that in I don't want to say the South, maybe the West.
Yes.
Like say, I never really paid attention, but there'd be Democrat,
Yeah.
like you'd be Democrat, Republican, but they'd both be pro-gun, pro-religion,
Yep.
pro pretty much everything. It's just that one of them
Hold
like
on, let me see if
school or something.
hold on. Let me see if the term is correct that I'm about to use. Uh,
9mm Democrat.
No.
I'm gonna start that. That's a new type.
That's funny shit. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Blue Dog Democrat.
Packrat is saying, looking at California, what happened this week, it looks like the governor might go red. Is red Republican?
Yeah. This is
So,
okay.
What happened in California?
Oh no. This term is Blue Dog Democrat. And
Yeah, I've heard of that.
you've heard of it?
Right. That's what we're saying, right? Like the Democrat that's basically like what a Republican is now.
Yeah.
Something like
Yeah, it's more of a conservative Democrat, which obviously there are some. Blue Dog Democrat
I was
has
saying,
been,
I guess there were some, it seems like, and then Trump, and then boom, like, nope, you have to be black or white.
yeah, so they actually are blue. There's a coalition of Blue Dog Democrats. And it's like, yeah, they're physically conservative, social conservatives, but they're Democrats in whatever way it is. So it's like, yeah, don't fall for the bull crap. They're still You can still believe in what you believe in. There's blue people that Democrats that do believe in that. Like, just stop. Stop buying into social media. Social media is the devil. Social media telling you that you either everyone thinks like you or you all alone and no one thinks like you.
Trying to think, like, there was a time when maybe it was the movies or I guess TV shows. I guess you could say TV shows, like in the 80s, maybe, like, got us all dressing the same and, like, you can either be the skateboarder or you can be the jock,
Hmm.
like they gave us these roles to play. And I don't know if it's the same, but I don't know if we rebelled against it as much. But I think, 2020 hindsight, or whatever they say, you can kind of see where, um, compared to other countries, for sure, right? Like you show a bunch of, or you look at a town in the United States and you look at a town in any other culture, we're going to look pretty much cookie cutter. Like, pick up
Hmm.
a state and you can pick up a city or whatever, and you're going to get, little versions of the TV shows at the time. And
Yep.
since we don't live in that world anymore, where there's only like, the TV shows for this group, TV shows for that group, the TV shows for old 80s, TV shoot, you know what I mean? There's like the TV shows for different groups, and then you got to choose from your group's TV shows what you were going to do. Or maybe you actually did what you want, but very few people did that. It seems like for a while there, everybody was just, you know, like, okay. And plus, you go to the stores and that's what they'd sell you. Like, here's the stuff you can buy from, the stuff you've seen on TV kind of thing. Anyway, it's less of that now. And we are definitely, I think, even if I don't know if there actually are more diverse or if we just seem more diverse or if we like appreciate diversity more or something. But like, back in the olden days, it would be like you had to go to Chinatown to get Chinese food. And now you can
Hmm.
go, pretty much wherever and get Chinese food.
To the
That's just the
strip
way it
mall
is.
and get, yeah, any strip
Yeah.
mall.
Any kind of food, right? Like you can get the crazy whatever that meat is on the where they bring meat to you. Like that would have been unheard of back in the old days. Now I'm pretty sure my town even has one of those things where you can just, they bring skewers of meat to your table type of thing. So in that world, I'm just wondering if some of this stuff is going to still apply, like some of the things that we're dealing with because our parents still have a good chunk of the influence. I guess I was going to say this earlier, but I'm saying it now. But I didn't want to interrupt you before when you were saying something about the politicians. But the politicians, like the Pelosi's and the worst of them on both sides, are dying off and leaving.
Hmm.
Thankfully, they're either going to be replaced by, I'm going to call them like our age ones who are probably medium, bad, or good, right? But then I'm wondering if the new breed, not even like the Brandon guy because he's our age, I think, but the youngest ones, the younger kids, the kids that can just start to become elected again, if they're not going to get done with living through 2020 as spectators and as people in the backseat having to do stuff, and aren't going to just say it's time for us to take the reins. And I have no idea if they're going to do anything good or bad. I'm just saying, I'm, I'm, I'm pretty sure that the opportunity's there for them, right? I guess I can't say I think they're going to do it, but they could come in and just take over. And what would stop them, right? Like if they came in and started doing refreshing, new, interesting things with politics that they can't get bought, you know what I mean? Like if enough of them swarmed in, how can anybody pay off, you know what I mean? Buy enough of them. Like, sure, like the oil company can try to buy some votes, but can they buy 37% if everything's, changes seats to 37% of the seats are new? I don't think any industry is big enough to buy off, a big change in, I don't know what to call that. Like what, like a wave of new representatives come in.
So I look at it as no. I think they'll be the same as every other generation, just like the World War II generation. They came back with ideas and freedoms and things they thought were going to be there, and then it went away because they became the lifetime politicians. Like the good ones, I think, go away. I mean,
Okay.
just my opinion.
No, I hear
Um,
you. Sort of like the bureaucracy thing I was trying to describe before. Like the bad ones stay because they can and they want to,
yep.
and the good ones are like screw this and they leave it to the bad ones.
Yeah, I can make a difference somewhere else, or I mean, they just come at you because it's more than just the politicians; it's the system itself. The system, the thing that the president calls a swamp, is 100% real. Um, and oh, well, you're just gonna say his point. No, no, I got mine from actually a Tom Clancy novel, where he talked about it. How yes, you think because you bring somebody in every 4 years that that's going to change the blood if you do term limits. No, what you end up was having the people that stay there, the infrastructure never leaves. The infrastructure, the people that are there, the secretaries, the people that are the movers and the shakers, the ones that are built. Everybody, when they get reelected, don't bring all new people in. They show up with their staff, but their staff has to congeal with the secretaries and the other people that already been working in the system since pretty much the Nixon administration. These people already know who to talk to, the backroom deals, the places you go to make them, and who you speak to. All of that is already cast. And that's not going to go away. So you have to bring in people that either ignore it or destroy it. That
Well,
has to change.
that's what you bring in, right? And the people that want to destroy it don't just get to destroy it, otherwise it'd have been destroyed a long time ago. So
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly.
But that's what I'm
So
wondering, if like 38, if we get to a point where like these old people, I don't know what I haven't looked. Maybe I can ask a robot what the ratio is of age in representatives. But if we start, just basically, if we start uh, electing younger folks, and I imagine at some point we will, because our old
yeah.
people will stop voting and they're not going to vote anyway. So once we start voting younger people in, it won't really matter. But I'm just wondering if once 38% of them are in there, I'm just saying, like when it's a trickle of new blood, it's easy to pollute the new blood. But when
Yep.
all of a sudden you just flush the old stuff out, like there's no old blood to really, you know what I mean? It would take a little while for anybody to kind of work their way around and taint everybody again.
Now, in my opinion, that's what the system is set up to make sure it never happens. They won't bring a whole bunch of young people in at one
Oh yeah,
time.
yeah,
They'll
yeah.
leak them in, and then of course either beat them up and they'll go away. Like I was looking at this thing with AOC. Somebody use AI to do an AOC slash Kamala Harris ticket for the presidential election 2028, and I was laughing, but I'm like, y'all effing around. But if you have AOC and another younger person motivate this next generation of people to actually get in politics, you won't be able to you might be able to stifle it or try, but it's the local level that they'll come out and make the changes. And that's when the difference will be seen on the local level. On the national level, you can hold on to it for maybe 2 to 3, maybe 4 elections, but by the fourth one, by the next presidential election, they're going to get blown over by this tidal wave of new people that want to shut stuff down and change it all. It will have to be something that comes in to get that next generation of people in to get new blood. I hope it does because I'm tired of the old ones. Even people arguing to maintain status quo, I think that's wrong. You got to get rid of a lot of these people. None of them are your friends. None of them are your buddies, and we need to make a wholesale change with it all.
Okay, so I just looked it up. Age breakdown. I don't disagree with anything. I agree with you. I asked the robot, what's the breakdown of the age of representatives in Congress? And it
Hmm.
says, just for reference, the average age of the U.S. population is 39 years old, which is younger than I thought.
Wow.
Then, right? So then Congress, the average age is 57. Senate, the average age is 64. So it's older, but if the average age is 40, that's basically allowing the generation older than you to run it. So that's not unheard of, I guess. But then when you look at the age breakdown, I think it's more interesting. The average age is 57, but there's only 10 representatives that are under 34. There's only 30 that are over 65, but it spreads out that most of them are between 55 and 65. And then
Hmm.
the next most is 45 to 54. So it's definitely heavily weighted towards the 55 to 60 to something.
Hmm.
And to me, I mean, sure, those people still have some life left in them, but how much fight in Congress do they got left in them? I'm hoping to see those people out of there in the next 2 to 4 years. And
Well, it's,
we're going to see a lot younger people in there, I
well, it's
suspect,
not
unless
even the
people our
fight in
age
them, bro.
get motivated.
No, that's not the thing. See, the age ain't the problem. The number of years you've allowed yourself to be compromised is. A 55-year-old with their hair on fire talking about, I'm going to make some effing change and kick these losers out, is totally different than a 55-year-old that's been there for the last 20 years, starting in his hometown and moving on up and doing what you had, selling out and being a part of the old boys club. You know what I mean? And not making a difference, just trying to win each election and showing up like, 3 months before the election in your
Yeah,
town. Shit.
mastering elections instead of doing anything.
Yeah. So there's a difference between those two 55-year-olds. And what I want is the people that want to actually make a change and aren't career politicians. My whole thing is to get rid of career politicians that have shown that they can't affect change, either side. Oh, well, the reason we can't do this is because of the Republicans. The reason we can't do this is because of the Democrats. Well, if I'm a Republican or a Democrat, I'm like, the reason we can't do it is because you can't do it. Maybe if we replace you, we can do it. Maybe you're not the one that should lead this ship if you can't get the work done.
Yeah,
And
if
that's
you
what I
sit, if you always sit down at the ping pong table, I'd rather talk to somebody who sits down at a boardroom table, some other kind of table that isn't just there to play the game.
Yeah. Yeah, you're here to play the game. You're here to do the thing, and then you get reelected, and you come back to me going, "Oh, there's nothing I can do." Well, maybe there's nothing you can do, so we need to replace you.
Oh, I think Packrat makes a great point, and you didn't say it the same way, but I think that it kind of uh, is the same concept, right? Like he says, Joe Biden never had a private sector job. I remember looking up the guy who did the one of our stupid. Oh, you know when it was the when we heard talk about the 1986 what was it called, the Gun
Um,
Owners Protection Act. It had
yep,
the
there
Hughes
you go.
Amendment in it, right? So I was like,
Yep.
who's this Hughes guy anyway? So I go to look him up, and he's just like Packrat is saying. He's some guy who went to school for being a politician, got out of school and went to lawyer school, came out of lawyer school, and went to work as an aide for some
Mm-hmm.
judge or something. And then
Yep.
his next job was politician, and his politician his whole life. And I'm like, the
Mm-hmm.
only thing close to a real job was when you were an aide for somebody else or an intern or something for some other political job. So, like, is that really a job or is that just part of politics? And yeah, that kind of person, why hire that person? Why vote for that person? You know that they've spent their entire thing trying to figure out the scam and how to
Mm-hmm.
scam the system. When you could hire somebody who was like ran a lumber yard or was the manager of a Walmart. I'd rather hire somebody that could manage all the employees and all the issues going on with a Walmart. I don't know about the Walmarts by you, but half the time I go into a Walmart, like there's an aisle on fire or like there's a hole in the roof and there's rain coming in. Like I can't even imagine all the different angles those guys have to come in, and guys and girls who run Walmarts, you know what I mean? Like the super Walmart, like all the shit they
Mm-hmm.
got to deal with. I'd rather have somebody like that running the country because they understand that like tomorrow you come in and have some brand new shit. So don't get used to whatever, like get used to not the chaos necessarily, but being able to overcome the chaos, not get stifled by it. Whereas, yeah, politician, all they know what to do is hide in that bureaucracy, know which way to fight the right people so that the issue never gets addressed, but there's always a fight.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. You got these politicians again, and it's like they're on both sides, and people fall for it every freaking time. Oh, they said the right things and they got in. And then you find out, oh, Tulsi Gabbard or one eyed cocksucker. What's his name? One eyed
Crenshaw.
Navy SEAL. Yeah, and Crenshaw. Oh, yeah, they went to these different schools. And the whole thing was to prep them for political office. Though they're all part of this something movement. I read about that beforehand. And it was like, yeah, so now they're presented to you as, oh, she's a National Guardsman from Hawaii. And she's like a minority, but she's not. She's a veteran. And she says these things and she's shooting in the tactical games and she's pro this. She should run for president. What? Wait a minute. What? What has she actually done? oh, Crenshaw is a Navy SEAL and he had this really cool tweet. What has he actually done that you're saying he should run for president? Because that's my problem. It's always they should run for president. Dude, why don't you base your they should be even here on work that they've done? Do you know any record they've done? What is their voting record? Because that's all we have to go on, right? It's not even I can't even believe your speeches. It's what's the work? What's the work? What have you done? What bills have you presented? My problem with Tulsi Gabbard is she put her name on anti-gun legislation. And they were like, yeah, but she's changed. Okay, where's her name on any pro-gun legislation? Like when she had this big changeover and got out of politics and went from
Well,
blue
it's
to
the
red.
thing. If you change your mind after you're a politician, then
Yeah, where's the
you
work on
don't
the other
have
side?
well, you don't have an ability to write your name on anything anymore, unless, like you say, now you have to go do something private sector to wear out whatever you did up bad on the other side, right? When you were in.
Well, what work have you done? Oh, she's at the task. What work has she done? What work has she done to further the Second Amendment? Because she did definitely work to harm it. What has she done to reverse the things that she put in, the work that she put in? And yes, if you're telling me I should vote for her for president, yes, you'll have to freaking do some work because you can't point any out. And that's my issue with way too many people in the Second Amendment community. If you pose for the right picture, if you hang around with the right people, if you're in that room, no one asks, well, what did she do to reverse the crap she did beforehand?
I would say we don't have memories, but we also don't have an, I don't want to say attention span. We just don't, we have freedom, and most people that are free aren't going to go, watch the news if they're looking to be entertained. So, we since we aren't mandatory that we pay attention to this stuff, most people don't choose to pay attention to this stuff. Now I'm
Hmm.
going to keep throwing out there. I don't think we're doomed. I don't think it has to be this way. I think something like a three-letter organization could attempt to bridge some gaps there or something. I think FPC probably has done in the past. They don't consistently always do it, but I think they've been the most creative in their, like, I don't call it marketing, but like their content creation, which is uh, creative as hell and, like, cutting edge, and like they push boundaries and shit. Like there's times when they've done some really effective, I'm gonna call it like informational or educational ish. It's probably still a little bit sarcastic, a little bit of a jab somewhere in there, but they've done some real work on, like, just reaching the thing across and illustrating some shit. But I think there's potential there. And the thing is, I don't want to task the three-letter organizations with having to do all this, but they could incentivize it being done. Like it wouldn't be hard for GOA or somebody huge like that. Or I always pick on GOA because they're easy to pick on because, one, they do good work. They don't mind me picking on them, I don't think. And if I pick on some of the other ones that need to get picked on, I know I'll get retaliation. So I won't pick on the ones that, like, come after you when you bitch about them because they make so much money. But so I'll continue to pick on GOA, but just throwing that caveat out there. It's not like I think GOA is probably doing better work than most of them. But they could be, for example, incentivizing with their Instagram. Like, hey, the most creative meme that changes the Overton window this month, gets free membership or something, or just gets a pat on the back. Like everybody will share your meme. So, you know what I mean? Like that's a very low cost way to just keep the movement, keep the people's feet moving, and to find those artists that might be out there, find those voices, those people
Oh
with a
my
paintbrush or a microphone or a camera that have the way, that way to describe it. And that's what's frustrating to me, is that we live in a world where we've got billions and millions of people, a shit ton of them, like the hundreds of thousands, really give a shit about the stuff we give a shit about. And we'll harvest, like, what gun they want to buy and how much money they got and where they live
God.
and, like, how often they buy shit. We can harvest that. And I'm not bitching. We're capitalists. That infrastructure is already there. So that's happening whether or not, the gun industry exists. That's just happening for our toothbrushes and our dog food. But
Yep.
so we have that, but what we don't have is an infrastructure to say, hey, you're a gun owner, you want to join this like social platform where really we're just helping people get together. Like, what do you like to shoot? What part of the world are you in? If you want to put this in there, sort of like a get together and meet and facilitate people meeting up. Hey, maybe you want to meet up at a gun shop or a gun show and talk shit, or maybe you're trying to learn how to gunsmith and you want to talk to somebody who's already done it. So some like get together type of app. And then in the meantime, they find out like, hey, are you willing to go to a testimonial if we need it? Like, can you do a video testimonial? So now that organization, instead of just sending out, send me $35 a month, or worse, send me $35 a month the years that they decide to do it, because those organizations that are the worst will hide and be gone when it's not profitable for them. That's when they spend their money. But anyway, so instead of just asking for money, if they created something that let us all know who each other are, but at the same time, now we know, and this is what we kind of had going on with in different times and different groups out there. But like we know who the people are who are good at, I don't know, like getting together for a rally, and then hey, this is an opportune time for a rally. We all turn our heads, and the people that know how to put on a rally put on a rally. Not that a rally is going to solve it all, but if we have the ability to put on a rally, why would we not make it happen? Or what if it's writing a book? We got a lot of authors, so every once in a while, it's like, oh, you know what? That would be a perfect place for a book to be written. So we all are on the same page. We turn, and the authors look around and go, oh, I'll do it. Or two of them collaborate and have it done in a month. Like
Yeah.
we could have that. It's just that we don't, because no one thought to put it together yet, or it just hasn't, we haven't had that motivation. But I guess I'm not bitching either. I think that that's the kind of thing that we're moving towards, a world where that's easier and easier. Like you could literally sit down and create an app that addresses everything I just said with a thing called Claude, one of the AIs that'll help you write an app, and probably in like an afternoon create an environment that I just described, and have the AI robot walk you through all the steps that you'd need to take, or just take the steps for you in a lot of cases. So we're living in a world where that's possible. So someone who's creative and interested in an afternoon could change the whole way that we do stuff. And, or not. But I guess, we live in that kind of potential.
I mean, it can happen because I'm sitting here thinking about it now, and I'm like, yeah, all of this can change at the drop of a freaking hat if somebody thought about it. But here's the funny part of broke gun people. They'll call them grifters. Oh, look, you just came in to write a book.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
like, yeah, Dude, you were never heard of, and now all of a sudden you popped out and you're on every podcast and TV show selling your stupid book to tell us how to be politically active. Yeah, yeah, it's an ebook, and you can win stuff and do this, and you want to be a part of it, and it's a whole community. Yeah, no, I don't want anything to do with that because it's different. Because gun people hate two things, right? Activists, Second Amendment advocates hate two things: the way things, the way things are, and anything that changes the way things are. You
Well,
said Rob
okay.
Pincus. I don't think Rob Pincus ran for the board, and I don't think a lot of people would be happy if he did and got on.
Oh, okay. Then again, I also thought that other thing was wrong too. So I've had a like wicked headache for some reason. I don't really get headaches very often. I don't know if I
Mm.
was doing something. I was doing stuff in my shed. So I don't know if I was like smelling something. Maybe I got like a can of paint that's open or something, or something happened to me. I'm freaking have this wicked headache and it's distracting. Um, but I was looking at the clock over here. We're almost at the 4 hour mark. And
Oh yeah.
I don't want to take Tony's whole weekend. Well, he only said half of it. This is like a quarter of your weekend, really. So I do appreciate the time.
That's all right. We're getting out there, we're having fun, we talk about damn near anything.
We definitely
Uh,
went around a couple of different topics today for sure. But it's been a couple of weeks too. You've been in school and
yeah,
just been having all kinds of craziness happening on this side.
yeah. Been in class, had the diversity shoots, had a great time, new people. That was always cool. One guy came in with his wife. Now he came to the first one solo, because he knew somebody there, but he came Next time he showed up, he brought his wife, and this time he showed up with his son, his grandson, and like four other family members, including a nephew.
Nice.
And then one of the ladies showed up. It's really great. Uh, Very nice lady. She showed up at my first one event. She was really shy and did a testimonial for me. Again, she was solo, got off work, came straight from work. The next time I host an event, she didn't come, or at least I didn't think she said, "Hey, I might be late." That's fine. Well, she had a girlfriend come, as in female friend come. And that girl was brand new, didn't know anyone, was really nervous. I started having a conversation with her. She was like, "Oh, I'm really to go in and shoot, because I wanted all new shooters to be the first ones on the range so they walk onto a cold range and aren't overwhelmed by, because ours is an indoor range, so you can be overwhelmed by the sound." And she was like, "Yeah, I'm just waiting for my friend to come." Well, her girlfriend showed up as I was getting her glasses and ear pro. So they went in together. Well, the next time she came, she was like, "Hey, I'm going to be running late from work, but I'm bringing my dad with me." So I got to meet her father. I got to meet a friend. It just doesn't stop. People come through. Maybe they come to the first one alone, but by the time they get to the fourth one, they've brought multiple members of their social circle. And that's what I like about it. Because they feel comfortable enough to bring those family members. And these aren't Democrats or Republicans or just this or that. This is all of them. I've had people bring entire families through, and I love it. Everything from the grandmother to the kids. And the funny part was, some of them is the grandmas that instigated. And that just makes me feel really good about what we do, because we know we're making a difference foundationally. We're introducing people to firearms that will never got to put their hands on one before, because they wouldn't have been in that area. They wouldn't have felt safe around others doing it, because again, everybody told you if you live in New Jersey, um, there's a significant chance that you were told guns were bad, depending on the part of Jersey you come from and your family and your social situation. And that's just not, minorities. This is white people that grew up in areas that were more affluent. No one needs a gun. And remember, a lot of the state is blue. Oh, no one needs a firearm. Yeah, unless you
All they
live in
gotta
a
do is go to school, and they'll tell you about, a couple of times a year, probably, or maybe more. They have to run out, do all the drill, or not. I guess they don't run out like we used to run in the hall for the cold, whatever the nuclear blast drills, but they bunker in place probably a couple of times a year.
Oh
You know,
yeah,
and
definitely.
it's not because of mental health.
Nope.
There's no way mental health is responsible for that situation, or the overblowing uh, lightning strikes from the media because of
Mm-hmm.
their political advantage there. But and let's not worry about what that does to traumatize the kids or just disrupt learning
Mm-hmm.
for an agenda. But yeah, all you have to do is go to school, and you have an opinion of firearms, right? And if you don't have anything to resist that opinion of firearms, why would you have a good opinion of firearms after all that? Nobody would. Nobody rational, right? Like after every authority figure has told you that firearms are a bad thing, you don't have any reason to have any, what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? Unless there's
It's
something
amazing.
against.
It's
So
amazing,
I
isn't it?
don't blame anybody. I don't really blame people unless they're like Pelosi, who know better and are making money off of it.
Oh, and they're making shit tons of money off of it and love it. And when you point it out, people want to tell you weird things like, "Oh, you're becoming paranoid." You've been around those people. No, I've been around them enough to actually see what's happening. It's like, so you can either believe me, who've been doing this for, good Lord, 14, 15 years, and the things I've seen from a personal perspective, or you can believe the 10-minute blurb you saw with your favorite talking head on the news program once.
Well, and I was going to say also, after a certain amount of time, and everyone knows this, they just aren't paying attention to it. But after a certain amount of time on the clock paying attention to this, you realize that the only time you hear from the antis is on schedule, and we all know when that is, and we all
Hmm.
know there's message. So the fact that, like you say, you've been doing this over time and you have like a persistent interest in, the the issue or the whatever the cause, I guess a better way to say it. And you're putting time on the clock to do that, and you challenge that person who's coming with that other message. Like, when do you hear from those people? Except for every once in a while, randomly, they'll get a microphone and say the same message always. But we know they deliver that message only when the microphone gets handed to them by the media. And that's exclusively when certain things are used in certain places by, really doesn't matter the people anymore, but it definitely has to be the certain thing, has to be used in a certain place. And then the media hands the microphone to these folks. They say the line, and then we get the challenge to respond. And it's like,
So
there's 99% of the rest of the time I was also there. You're only asking me now. Have you asked yourself why you're asking me now?
exactly. So I was unaware of this. I was on uh, Gun Stuff TV Thursday, and they were talking about a mass shooting that happened in Texas. You hear about it? At a high school.
Is Gun Stuff the guy from California, Breaker?
There would there no, I think they're in Arizona
Oh, okay.
because Ursula Williams was with him, and I know she lives in Arizona.
Oh,
So it's
okay. Okay. Then it's not what
Chris,
I'm
and
thinking.
Doug, and Ursula. So it comes as you know, you check into the show prior to the show. They have conversations going on, and Ursula's looking up, and they had a lady from dang, I cannot think of the organization, but her organization, I forgot what the heck they do. I'm sorry, it's a show opener. Follow me on Twitter, Second for Everyone, and you can see it because I retweeted it. I retweeted the live show. Um, well, they used a revolver, so it didn't go anywhere. You know what I mean? The school shooting went nowhere because they used a six-shot 357 Magnum.
Like, it didn't fit the narrative, so they don't have anything to complain about enough.
Yeah, yeah, you can't, paint it off. Oh my God. Yeah, Yosemite Sam came through. He had the only gun in class. He had a six-shot. He would have had to reload. But because you insist on this, no one can have a firearm at the school except the school resource officer. The kid that knows where the school resource officer, uses the bathroom at 11:15 and then flirts with the nurse from 11:15 to 12:15. Yeah, the kid knows where he's going to be at because that's who the school shooters are, people that are already in school. So he's able to work his way around it.
Or, I mean, those people can't be there all the time. So, yeah, the kids are the ones that know, like, oh, when that car's not there, that guy's not there.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's like, wow. So, and we won't do anything effective. And that's one of the reasons when you point it out, you go, how come we have, in our whole lives, almost half a century of school shootings, if the media wants to, yeah, almost half a century of school shootings, and no one's ever come up with a solution because anything that people who actually do this for a living, protection of lives, not law enforcement, because that's not what they freaking do. People that actually protect lives, you won't listen to us. You will listen to elected law enforcement or politicians. That's almost as silly as, what makes more sense than that? Listen, going on WebMD when you have a problem and actually taking that as serious medical advice.
I never really thought about that, but when you said it, when you frame it like that, I guess the police, yeah, their job is law enforcement. So their job is to either react, so be there when something happens, so they can react to something, or I guess I guess I've always known, but I've heard the term or something. I forget what it's called now, though. But they also have the police that go out looking for criminals. So there's the police that are there to respond, and then there's the police that do go out and like look for criminals, right? So, but either way, those are police. Their job is to interact with criminals, which is different than the role of security guard. And
Hmm.
you might talk about, like, what is it? The Secret Service, I guess, is technically security
Hmm.
guards, but that's a whole different story, and they're tiny compared to anything else. But when you're talking about anything. I personally think securing, well, whatever. But when you're talking about trying to secure anything from a random crazy person, which again I think is kind of the sucker bet. Like that's you don't start by trying to you anyway. So I guess what I'm trying to say is you can put on a mosquito suit, but you don't try to put a mosquito suit around an entire school, right? Like if you're trying to keep a mosquito out of a school, you do something else besides trying to put just a giant screen around the school. But anyhow, if you're talking about trying to protect something like a school or a bank or something, you talk to a security person, not a person whose job is to arrest the person who robbed the school. It's just not the right job. It's just the wrong job. I never thought about it that way.
Yeah, as someone that did it, it's a lot of people have trouble figuring that out. Friend of mine, he was head of security for a multi-million-dollar company, setting up shift, making sure property is protected, right? Making sure people that don't belong on a property aren't on a property and that they're escorted off the property when they are. That kind of thing. Again, protecting people and property. Well, he went to work for state government as just a driver for Child Protective Services. Well, what happened is one of the angry moms that lost their kid because they were a horrible parent actually came to the state job and threatened to hurt the social worker. So all of a sudden, the entire department said, oh no, we need security here to stop that from happening and protect our people. So I told him to put in for it. And he was like, yeah, but I'm not law enforcement. I was like, that's not the job of law enforcement. You did that exact same thing for your company. Put in for it. So he did. And of course, they blew him off because having that experience on a corporate level of actually stopping people from being hurt and stopping people from coming on a property was too much of a guess. So they hired an ex-cop who did nothing but hire ex-cops.
Nice.
So it looks safer because they're cops.
It feels safer, but yeah, like the other difference would be, I mean, since we're talking about it, like the rules of engagement stuff, like a cop is gonna probably have a challenge being a non-cop, whereas somebody who's a security officer and doesn't have all this like extra authority, who only has normal authority, is going to be comfortable working in another, in circumstances where they only have the authority of another human, not some state authority.
Exactly. I'm like, there's a whole different attitude. Same thing when people talk about, hey, they're in the military, they'll make a good cop. What? Based on just that? No, they won't. That's not how they interact. That's not the training you're given. It's what people believe, what people perceive. They feel a lot safer because this guy wore a badge. Yeah, he directed traffic around freaking construction sites with that badge on and worked security at Walmart in a parking lot in his squad car and got paid. It's not the same thing as securing a place 24/7, like this guy did as part of his job, making sure people weren't walking away with the product or getting onto the site. Totally different setup, totally different training, years of training, years of what to look for. There's some crossover. That Venn diagram crosses over a little bit,
for sure,
but not enough. Yeah, but in my opinion, not enough to go, yeah, the cop's the shoe-in. No, not necessarily. But hey, whatever, man. Can't change the world, but we try to change perception. This is, again, when you're talking about people solving problems, go to the right people when you want to solve a problem. You need a lawyer because you want to sue someone over property damage. Maybe you don't talk to your cousin that's a lawyer that makes wills. It's not what he does. All right.
Well, let's put a fork in this one. Sounds like you got something going on in the microwave over there.
Yep. Trying to get dinner going.
Right on. Well, thanks everybody for joining. Pack Rat was active out there playing nut, chatting with us this afternoon. Bullets for Bucks was out there. And if I missed anybody, thanks for chatting. We've been chatting for a while, so I'm scrolling back. I might be missing some earlier chats. But chat with us every Saturday live, and and check out diversityshoot.com
So
for the upcoming events for Tony.
yeah, next weekend I'll be at NRA in Houston. We'll be doing the thing on the floor right now. Hey, listen, if somebody wants to help a brother with some funds, I need about $300 to finish putting together my studio set with headphones and earphones. I'm about to kind of reach out to a couple of people I know because I still need another headset and mic for the what I'm doing down there. I only have one. Yeah, help a brother out. Go to diversityshoot.com. Hopefully, I'll be getting the schedule up there. But if not, I'm on Eventbrite and you can buy tickets there. Our next event is the 23rd of April, and it's already sold out. Been sold out all month. Actually, it's been sold out since the middle of last month. We're selling these things out quick, so when you see them, repost it to let people know, regardless of where you are in the country. Because I found out that New Jersey is like 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon. Everybody knows somebody here. So somebody who's on your social media might be in Jersey and want to come to one of these events. So please put it out, diversityshoot.com. It's our website. If you want to see my beautiful face, you can check out my Instagram at SimonSaysTrain. Simon Says Train on Instagram. That way you can see some of the work we do. I put up different things. I also work with We Shoot to film content about different firearms and what goes on when we're at diversity shoots. Also, Locked, Cocked, and Unfiltered is our newest podcast between me, Clayton, and Chris. And we put that out as firearms instructors and also advocates and activists to talk about whatever's happening in the news and also training stuff that we want to talk about. Also, I'm on Gun and Gear Review Podcast on the Firearms Radio Network every Tuesday. And guess what we talk about? Guns and gear. Don't talk about politics much on this one, except maybe a one-liner and all of us agree, and then we just get back to talk about guns and gear. So thank you very much for allowing me to come on and babble incessantly with my friend, and you guys are along for the ride. And please go out there and try to make a difference by volunteering to help grow the Second Amendment community or push back against those that are trying to take our freedom away. Thank you very much.
Right on. All right. See you next week.
GearWebsites.com is your source for firearms-based playing cards and books. We also have mugs, shirts, and posters with designs that we've made live. Of course, we have patches. Every Friday is Free Patch Friday. We appreciate your support. Thank you for shopping at GearWebsites.com.